two, hey two, yeah, yeah. There you go, 1, 2, 2, 2. Take two. Take two. Yeah, room audio is fine. Yeah. Hey, hey. Oh, what was it? Oh, I heard that. Okay, hold on. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Test one, two. Check. Check two. Take two. Check two. Vivian, Vivian, are you still in here? I lost it. Yes.
Test, test.
I'm going to get it started, and then, all right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So excited. This day is finally here. I'm Anita Roberts, and I'm Managing Director of Silicon Hills Capital. We invest in underrepresented founders, and I am so excited to welcome you all to the inaugural Venture Texas Conference. This is a labor of love, really. We wanted to share diverse founders with VCs. And so if you are a VC or an investor, you'll have an orange lanyard, and all of our founders have blue lanyards. So that kind of helps you to figure out who has the money, guys. So, please, talk to each other. We have over 250 people registered, and I guess you guys are the early birds. So welcome. A little bit about the Venture Texas Conference. It serves as a catalyst for change. It's a launch pad for entrepreneurs who embrace innovation. By bringing together exceptional talent from diverse backgrounds, we believe that breakthrough ideas and collaborative ventures will flourish. Join us in this extraordinary journey where knowledge, collaboration, and community are the driving forces. Connect with like-minded visionaries, absorb the wisdom and inspiration shared by our remarkable presenters, and forge partnerships and transcend traditional boundaries. So I wanted to extend my deepest gratitude for everyone who's here today. By investing your time and energy in this event, you are making a profound statement, an unwavering commitment to building a more inclusive and prosperous tomorrow. Welcome to the inaugural Venture Texas Conference. We could not do this without the support of volunteers, industry partners, and generous sponsors. We'd like to welcome one of those sponsors who answered the call to support diverse founders and VCs. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome one of KPMG's managing directors, Kailash Paragami. Oh, I did it wrong. I know I said it. You messed me up. You messed me up. Please say it correctly.
Thanks, Anita. I'm Kailash Paragami. I'm a managing director with KPMG in Austin. So listen, I'm focused on serving and building relationships in our private enterprise service line across all of our different sub-practices. That's audit, tax, and advisory locally here in Austin and in the Texas market. I'm also serving as the chairperson of the DEI committee here locally within our Austin office. So at KPMG, we view DEI as a strategic imperative. And it is really a part of our role and impact as stewards of our community, and that's the way we view it. It's ingrained in our culture and everything that we do, from recruiting to promotion decisions to customer and vendor management. And also particularly in Austin, we see the venture capital community as being an opportunity for growth of our practice. So this event is just a great organic intersection of everything that we're kind of focused in here in Austin. And just a little bit about KPMG Private Enterprise. Our focus is to help entrepreneurs build great businesses and reach the heights that they set out to by helping them sort of take out some of the complexity of growing a business, whether that's navigating an M&A transaction, expanding into international markets, going public, meeting tax, regulatory, and audit compliance requirements, analyzing business technology issues, shaping and forming their business strategy. All these different things we're able to sort of bring to the table and partner with entrepreneurs, help them sort of navigate and grow into those opportunities. So I just want to say, like, on behalf of KPMG, I just want to thank Venture Texas for the opportunity to partner with you guys on this event and sponsor it. And I'm really excited just to see how this event continues to grow in future years. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. And I really can't say enough about KPMG. I spoke with John, who's also a managing partner there. And he was, from the first moment that I introduced Venture Texas, he was head over heels, you know, what can we do? So KPMG is an awesome company because they have awesome employees. So please, please find out more about them and give them a call. So let's kick it off. We thought we'd kick it off with the big guns. So our keynote speaker for today, our opening keynote. Over the past few years, I had the opportunity to get to know this extraordinary gentleman, and he takes his role at South by Southwest extremely seriously, helping to lead and ensuring that programming is open to everyone, which levels the playing field for many underrepresented founders to get in front of individuals and companies with funding. He serves as co-president and chief programming officer for South by Southwest. For his role of chief programming officer, he oversees content for the South by Southwest conference, as well as South by Southwest Music Festival and South by Southwest Film Festival and South by Southwest EDU. That's a lot, Hugh. Ladies and gentlemen, Hugh Forrest.
Okay, good morning. My name, again, is Hugh Forrest. I am co-president and chief programming officer at South by Southwest. I've met some of you before. Excited to meet the folks in person who I haven't met yet. Today I'm going to talk about the state of entrepreneurship a little, and I'm going to talk much more about why we aren't where we need to be yet, and why DEI is so important to South by Southwest. Again, my name is Hugh Forrest. You'll see this several times through the slides, but you can always email me, hugh@sxsw.com, if you have questions about what I talked about today, if you have issues or points about what I talked about today, if you have questions about South by Southwest, please connect with me. Communicating on email is one of the things I do pretty well. So we'll start with the basics. This is obviously a little very basic for people in Austin, but I presume everyone generally knows what South by Southwest is, has been one way or another. If you haven't, somehow, this gentleman in the second row, it is a 9-day event that occurs in Austin every March. The conference portion of the event, the panels and presentations, i.e. what I'm doing now, covers broadly 3 main pillars: technology, music, and film, or film and TV at this point. Plus, we have many, many, many other verticals that we cover at the event, ranging from politics to marketing to climate change, energy, food, fashion, sports, all kinds of things that we think are relevant and important to, quote, digital creatives. We also have the South by Southwest Film Festival, the Music Festival, and the Comedy Festival, as Anita mentioned. We also have South by Southwest EDU, which happens directly before South by Southwest. And that focuses on innovation in the education space. We've been fortunate enough to become big business for Austin, and we are part of the city's growth trajectory, particularly over the last 10 years. Stay tuned. In early November, we will release the figures on the economic impact for the city of Austin from the 2023 event, and they're pretty cool. Ultimately, South by Southwest is hard to describe unless you've been there. So we'll watch a couple of videos from 2023, give you a better idea of what it is, also creates a sense of energy, much more so than me speaking. And I think the sound will work. We have daily videos from South by Southwest. These will be 2 of the daily videos, which, again, I think create a really nice sense of energy.
Hi, I'm Jen Psaki.
I'm Andrew Zimmern.
Hi everyone, I'm Priyanka and this is South by Southwest.
I think what's really interesting about South by Southwest is that I think it's cultural. The multiple industries that kind of combine.
The combination of people and ideas.
This many people who can affect so much change, talking about so many different ideas.
Diversity of people across mediums.
It is so diverse.
You can wander the hallway and see the Secretary of Energy and also run into Chelsea Handler and also run into somebody who's an expert on AI. And to do it in a city like Austin makes it that much better.
South by's got a vibe. Everyone's smiling. Look at yourself. This energy I'm getting off of you, this is why we brought this movie here.
It's great to be here. You can tell from the energy of Austin, the power and the magic of filmmaking.
The festival itself is just accepting of all different types of humans, all different types of movies. It's like this big giant bear hug. It opens its arms to like originality.
Every hour, there's like 20 different things that you potentially could go to. So the one bummer about South by Southwest is you can't hit everything.
Hi, I'm Carrie Washington.
I'm Elizabeth Olsen.
I'm Zoe Chow, and this is South by Southwest. This is my first South by Southwest, and I'm so excited.
South by Southwest, this is awesome.
I just saw myself on the big Jumbotron and became transfixed. This could go on for a while.
You know, growing up, I've always known about South by Southwest. I've always come to this festival.
I grew up just north of here. A ton of talented people, great food, and great music.
Happy to be in my home state of Texas, to be at the helm of all of this amazing talent from my community. Dream come true.
A dream come true. Like, what better place to premiere than here?
South by's my favorite fest. It's so fun and friendly, and this is a hot day, and it's a flamin' hot movie, so yeah, a lot of synchronicity.
South by Southwest cares about compelling stories about human beings.
We are all the product of all those stories and all those people, creating within you the DNA of who you are.
When you were little, before you uttered your first word, you knew the language of intimacy. Do not forget, you are alive.
I feel so connected to this festival in such a real way that's like personal, like, yeah, just like home.
So again, I like starting presentations with those videos, more energy than me talking. You can find more of those videos as well as content from South by Southwest 2023, as well as previous year's South by Southwest at the South by Southwest YouTube page, and that is all free and open to the public to see. Particularly in the context of what we're talking about today, let me say that entrepreneurism has always been a big, big part of South by Southwest. And to talk a little bit about the history, or I'll start off talking a little bit about the history for those of you who are unfamiliar with it. South by Southwest was patterned after an event in New York called the New Music Seminar. The New Music Seminar started in the mid to late 80s in New York. It was where bands like Madonna were, quote, discovered, as those things go. At one point, the idea was the organizers of the New Music Seminar were going to come to Austin and start a New Music Seminar South. They were going to partner with the folks from the Austin Chronicle to do this. This seemed like a great plan. And then the plan completely fell through. So the folks of the Chronicle said, well, how hard can it be to do this? We'll just try doing this on our own, which is, you know, I'll get back to that in a second. The folks of the Chronicle, this was, again, the mid to late 80s. Print media was a much bigger thing then. They had relationships with all the clubs. They went to these clubs, said, hey, we want to start this new music event in Austin. There'll be this conference portion. There'll be a festival portion. There'll be this big thing. Your club should be involved. And lo and behold, club owners turn out to be a little more conservative than you may have thought. Most of the club owners said, you know, that sounds really neat. Why don't you come back in a few years when you have a real business model, and then you can use my club then. So kept knocking on doors, kept knocking on doors, kept knocking on doors. Again, they had a lot of relationships with a lot of clubs. And eventually they found roughly 20 clubs that said, you know, I got 1 week out of the year, which is my worst week out of the year. I can't do any worse in my club than that week. So you can have my club that week. that week was spring break week, because you had 40,000 UT students who were going to the coast or going skiing, and that's the lifeblood for clubs. I love to tell that story because I think that is so much of what startups, what entrepreneurism is all about. It's finding something or identifying something that everyone thinks is trash and making treasure out of it. Now, I don't know that it was that thought out at the time. It was just, this is the only time that you can have our club. But it did work out that in the space of a couple years, this became one of the biggest weeks for these club owners, because they have so many people from in town and out of town coming into their clubs. Space of 5 years, it was the biggest week of their year, and quickly thereafter they were doing 2 or 3 times as much business in 1 week as they were for the entire rest of the year. So again, that whole idea of entrepreneurism as finding something that no one else finds value in, creating value in it, and moving forward there. When South by Southwest started, again in 1987, it was entirely focused on music. And music mainly meant young bands who were trying to meet A&R agents who could give them a record deal. Does that sound kind of familiar to what's going on in this room, or what is potentially going on in this room? And I'm saying that young bands, kind of like entrepreneurs, A&R people, kind of like VC people. So in 1994, we began adding other kinds of entrepreneurs to the mix. That was people from the technology industry, i.e. multimedia, and then people from the film industry, i.e. film. And again, that same kind of focus that defines where the event started and a lot of the things we're talking about here today, which is someone with content, trying to find someone with content, someone with a good idea, trying to find someone who can fund them, help them get to the next level. I will say that in the 35 plus years since South by Southwest started in 1987, we have pivoted in a lot of different ways, again, covering a lot of different verticals, but A, always been focused on creativity, and I'll come back to that in a second, and B, I think that fact that we did pivot, have pivoted, continue to pivot, is one of the reasons that the event has thrived and survived for so long. My personal history and my current role at South by Southwest. I started working for South by Southwest about 2 weeks before the 1989 event began. I was hired because I had a computer, a Mac Plus computer, and they didn't. Yes, that is a true story. It is my origin story. It is my true story. It was a Mac Plus, and I always say, like, that's about that much of our smartphone at this point. But previous to this Mac Plus, the folks who were doing South by Southwest, i.e. the Chronicle, had their whole database on a typesetting machine. And that's really not what a database is for, or really not what a typesetting machine is for. In 1994, 7 years after the event started, we added multimedia to the mix. Multimedia was the cutting-edge name for technology at that point. My boss said, you had a computer 7 years ago. You must know what multimedia is. Why don't you help run this thing? And I was like, I can barely turn this computer on, but I can read a lot, so maybe I can do something here. We've been lucky enough with South by Southwest, and particularly with multimedia, to be at the right place at the right time on a lot of things. And I think that luck is also part of the success equation for a lot of entrepreneurs. I would love to say that we had a clear vision from day one. We knew what we were going to do and executed it, and that's why we were successful. But that probably isn't entirely true. We were, again, lucky enough to be the right place, the right time, a lot of things. Flash forward 20, 25 years, we reorganized the company pre-pandemic. My role changed a little, and I went from overseeing simply multimedia to overseeing the content on what has now been called interactive, as well as music, as well as film and TV, as well as the EDU event. And then about a year ago, I added the title co-president to my resume, which means that I oversee more of the company at this point. There you go. There is a picture of me with much more hair and much more flannel from back in about 1995. That was not the original Mac computer. That was a second Mac computer, but that was where all the family jewels, i.e. the database, lived for a while. Okay, this is all to say, that long introduction is all to say that I'm incredibly honored to be able to talk to you about South by Southwest today. Again, my story is less about understanding technology, where it is now, where it will be tomorrow. I don't particularly understand that better than anyone else in this room or better than anyone else anywhere. My story is about persistence and perseverance and keeping doing this thing when there were a lot of other things that I may have rather been doing at that particular time. But again, I think that experience, my story, is emblematic of a lot of entrepreneurs, that you just keep doing it, you keep doing it, you keep doing it until you finally get it right. And again, I'm incredibly honored to be given this opportunity to talk to you all about my experience at South by Southwest, how that applies to you all, and where I think we need to go on this. When I talk to people, I often like to say, roles should be reversed. I can learn more from you all than you all can from me. I will say that today that is absolutely, absolutely, absolutely true. I'm going to talk a little bit about the importance of DEI. I am the least qualified person in this room to be talking about this. I'm a white, heterosexual male who grew up in the suburbs. I have not had any of the challenges that a lot of people in this room have. I can empathize, but again, I haven't had that experience. So again, let me say that I can learn more from you all than you all can from me. I can give you a little bit of guidance of what we've done. Again, very open to your feedback via email and networking after this particular session. I was also very honored that in November 2021, Anita Roberts named me Diversity Champion of the Year. Oh, let me go back. There we go. November 2021, Anita runs an awards show, and I was the overall Diversity Champion of the Year, which was completely shocking to me. But again, always very nice to be awarded. That is a picture of one of the nice things I got for that award. And this was in Anita's role as publisher of the Austin Black Business Journal. Again, I was relatively surprised and shocked to receive this award. In my short acceptance speech that evening, I said the award would prompt South by Southwest to do better, that we were a work in progress. So I hope that what I talk about for the next few minutes continues to explain that. I do not mean to be sanctimonious in anything I say here today. I do mean to say that I'm proud of what we've done in terms of DEI at South by Southwest, but I'm fully cognizant that we have barely scratched the surface of what we can do and what our potential is. And I'm also likewise fully cognizant, while I have not personally experienced it, that the current numbers in terms of DEI funding, POC funding, however you want to phrase this, and excuse me if my terminology is wrong, is not good. This is, I know that you all have more experience with this than I do. This was something that came up in a quick Google search, quick by meaning 1 minute, less, and you can find dozens and dozens of other stories like this. This was from February 2023, talking about how VC funding for Black entrepreneurs fell almost 50% in 2022. We know that funding across the board fell post-pandemic, but we know that marginalized groups were even more impacted by this. And we also know that this has been a challenge. This wasn't just a pandemic thing. This has been a challenge for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. I'll talk about this in a second. We cover this problem a lot at South by Southwest. To an extent, it's frustrating, and again, my frustration, a small portion of the frustration of a lot of people in the room, that as much as we cover this problem of funding for minority, marginalized founders, it doesn't seem to change. So again, plenty of work in front of us. This is the problem. This is the challenge. What can we do? What can South by Southwest do as we move forward here? How we manifest, quote unquote, our DEI commitment at South by Southwest. I mean, we are, at this point, a platform. That is probably one of the best ways to describe what South by Southwest is. We're a platform. We've cut back a little bit on our content, our panels, our presentations in recent years, but cutting back, that's relative. We still have somewhere close to 1,000 total panels and presentations over the event. We have sessions that occur in 24 different tracks. Particularly relevant to this crowd this group is we have a startup track, we have a tech industry track. We have more than 3,000 total speakers at the event within these 1,000 total sessions. So we try very, very, very hard to have a significant portion of these speakers be people of color, people from marginalized backgrounds. One of the things that we've done in the last 20 years that's been very helpful in terms of our content is that we ask the community to send in speaking proposals. This is what we call the panel picker process. I'll talk a little bit more about this later. The idea here is that people who are an expert, or that we're experts in planning, you're experts in VC. You pull together a VC session, we'll put it on stage. I bring this up because the panel picker process, this process of having community-generated content has worked very, very well in a lot of ways. One way it hasn't always worked well is that people tend to pull their friends, their associates, their colleagues onto sessions. And what do you know? A middle-aged white person from the West Coast tends to pull 3 other middle-aged white people from the West Coast onto their session. At this point, we push back on that very significantly, meaning we will not accept, like a lot of other events, we won't accept a session that's for men. I certainly don't get it as much in 2023 or 2024, but 5-10 years ago, if I had a dime for every time I heard a session organizer say, I think that's a great idea to have a woman on this panel, but there just aren't any qualified women. And I would say, come on, that is not true. You can look a little bit harder. There are qualified people out there. Just look harder. That will be much more meaningful to the audience. Again, we're very mindful of showcasing people of color in terms of our content, conference content. This also holds true for our keynotes. We have 8 keynotes over the space of 8 days. This also holds true for our featured speakers, which are big name speakers. And again, to what I said about a session organizer saying, well, that's a great idea, but there's no one out there that's qualified. There are people out there qualified. It is incumbent on conference organizers, event organizers like myself to go beyond the obvious candidates, bring people on stage, bring people to light who showcase all the diversity that's out there and all the different opinions that are out there. Ask the why always. So why is DEI so important to South by Southwest? 2 reasons here. Part 1, the most obvious reason. It is the right thing to do, okay? Our vision at South by Southwest has always been to try to do some small part in creating a more equitable world, a more inclusive world, and a more justice-focused world. I say some small part. We know that, again, we're a platform. We can influence people in the way they think. We can hopefully be a model for people. Ultimately, what we can do is, within this 1 week, try to showcase these ideals. I say try because we have not always succeeded in implementing this vision. We have not always been accurate in implementing this vision. There are times we've showcased people who like, ugh, why did we do that? But again, you know, you're an entrepreneur, something goes wrong, you come back to the drawing board, try to do it better next time. And that's certainly been something that, an idea or a mindset that I think has helped South by Southwest, is having this long-term approach that we didn't quite get that right this year, let's work on that and get that right next year. So again, why is DEI so important to South by Southwest? The first part, most important part, it is the right thing to do. Period, full stop, end stop, and I hope that's the theme for what Anita's got planned for the rest of the day. But the second portion here, which is also extremely important, is as follows. As mentioned, South by Southwest has changed a ton since the event started in 1987. We were a music event then, music-only event then. Now we cover dozens and dozens of different verticals. Again, everything food, fashion, style, sports, crypto, quantum, AI, all these things. So again, a lot of different changes in the verticals. What hasn't changed is this focus, this attention to massive creativity. Our longtime mission statement is that South by Southwest dedicates itself to helping creative people achieve their goals. And again, why this is important, we believe that creative people can learn a lot from creative people in their own industry, but they can also learn a ton from creative people in other industries. Wow, this person approached their problem in, you know, creating a movie this way. That's something I can apply to, you know, the mobile site I'm working on. We also very, very, very firmly believe that different kinds of people are blessed with different kinds of creativity. So again, it would absolutely be counterproductive to our mission of showcasing creativity if we did not try to showcase DEI in all its many forms at South by Southwest. Again, the more DEI we showcase, the more we can evangelize creativity in all its many, many forms, the more ideas we can expose to people, the more we can make them think. Maybe they don't like this idea, maybe they do like this idea, but again, we're all about creativity, and different kinds of people think different ways. So again, 2 reasons why DEI is important. It's the right thing to do. It is part of the creativity mission at South by Southwest. That is our mission statement again. This is certainly a straw man slide. When do we relax this push for more DEI at South by Southwest? Again, we have barely begun to scratch the surface of what we can and should do with DEI at South by Southwest. Diversity and creativity go hand in hand. Creativity is and always will be the DNA of South by Southwest. And again, as long as that remains the DNA, I think the event will be strong. And as long as we want that creativity to be the DNA, we have to showcase diversity. Going back to that previous slide, I think the real world manifestation of this, or one of the real world manifestations issues here is, you know, until we start seeing reports that funding to black entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs of color, female entrepreneurs, queer entrepreneurs, however you want to phrase that, increases, we have lots and lots and lots of work to do. And I think we're fully committed to having those panels on how to increase funding for minority entrepreneurs until something begins to push here. I hope that changes in the next few years. Again, guardedly optimistic given what we've seen previously. We also know how important, realize how important it is to have representation of people of color throughout the tech industry, and we know that that has typically, traditionally been a big weakness. And I think that is part of the big focus of the event today, and again, honored to talk about that from our perspective at South by Southwest. Okay, so in concluding, a couple slides on how you can leverage the power of South by Southwest for what you do. Strongly encourage people to buy a badge. Registering for the event is the best way to leverage all that we have to offer. Badges are not cheap. If you want to win a free badge for South by Southwest, attend the Austin Forum. You can find them austinforum.org, I believe. We give away a free South by Southwest badge every month, so it's a great way to get a badge for free. If you're involved with a startup, if you're funding a startup, I encourage you to apply for South by Southwest Pitch. That is our in-house pitch competition that's been around for about 15 years, showcases some of the best startups from around the U.S. and across the world. The entry deadline on that is end of day on Sunday, November 12th. We also have the South by Southwest Innovation Awards. Entry deadline on that is also Sunday, November 12th. That is different from pitch, and that's a little more geared towards digital projects. There are also lots of volunteer opportunities at South by Southwest, and if you volunteer, you can get a free badge that way. Also, please mark your calendar, if you haven't already, for late June 2024, which is when we start accepting speaking proposals for 2025 by the panel picker process. This is, again, what we've done for roughly 15 years. It allows the community to suggest ideas, things they want to see covered at South by Southwest. It's the way we get between 60 and 70% of our programming. You can always email me, hugh@sxsw.com, for more information on any of these opportunities, any of these ways. Other ways to leverage the power of South by Southwest 2024. And I really want you to buy a badge because that is good for our company. That is good for me sending my son to college. That said, there are lots of free events during South by Southwest. Those will begin to come online through various sources, Eventbrite, various unofficial South by Southwest sources. So encourage you to look for those as we get closer to March. There are lots of ways to connect with speakers and attendees who are coming into Austin for South by Southwest without registering. Certainly one of the biggest benefits of South by Southwest or any event like this is making connections. And again, you can do that. It may be a little harder without a badge, but there are ways to do that. There are also lots and lots and lots of unofficial, quote-unquote, events during South by Southwest, many of which do not require a badge. And again, you can find those online. If you have questions on any of these processes, feel free to email me. But of course, I'll say you should really buy a badge. Okay. Then last but not least, some important upcoming dates for the 2024 season. Yesterday, Tuesday, October 24th, we announced about 40 more big-name speakers, including our first keynote for 2024. That keynote is Dr. Lisa Su, who is chairman and CEO of AMD. She will be talking about what AMD is doing in terms of chip building and what they're trying to make to service our more complex needs in an AI future. Also talking about chip building as a function of national security. I will also say that Dr. Su is a hometown hero. She's from Austin. She lives in Austin. She built AMD up, and she fulfills that idea of showcasing people in our biggest platforms that aren't middle-aged white dudes like myself. Wednesday, November 1st, a week from today, will be our biggest announcement of the 2024 season, biggest by volume for conference. That will be when we announce roughly 400 sessions that came in through the panel picker. We've got some great things that came in there that I can't tell you about yet, but I'm really, really excited about, particularly in the startups track, a lot of which, again, align with what we're talking about today about how to get more DEI representation in this industry. As I mentioned before, Sunday, November 12th is the deadline for applications for the Pitch Awards as well as the Innovation Awards. Dates for 2024 are Friday, March 18th through Saturday, March 16th. We have a little more tech-related stuff earlier in the week, a little more music late in the week. To that end, the startup track runs March 8th through 11th. You can always find more information about South by Southwest at sxsw.com, or you can email me, hugh@sxsw.com. Okay, that is all I have for today. Again, so honored to be here to talk to you, and particularly as someone who has not had to endure the struggles that a lot of people in this room have. But again, I hope that we can use our platform, can continue to use our platform, can increase the power of our platform in righting some of the problems that a lot of people in this audience have faced. Thank you so much. Questions? All right. We have time for questions.
Hello, my name is Langston Clark. I want to say I love South by Southwest EDU. I'm a college professor, and it's like all the things that you said about South by Southwest being a place where people from different industries can connect and learn from each other. I tell people that South by Southwest it's everything, but EDU is everything in the context of education. So I really appreciate South by Southwest EDU. So I want to start
Thank
there.
you for the nice words there. I'll say that EDU has embraced a lot of the things that we've done at South by Southwest. It's a slightly smaller event, so in some ways it's easier to make connections, less overwhelming, but again, I'm glad you've gotten good value out of that.
Yeah. My question is about the official and unofficial events. Is there a hybrid space for that? So like somebody has, so I noticed last year they had all of these houses on Rainy Street. So one was like Tulsa House. The city of Tulsa had like a whole bar house that they rented out, and they had people with badges walking through, but then they had people without badges walking through. So how does it work to pitch a panel picker or something that's like your own event, but still also a South by Southwest event? Like how does that middle sort of gray space work if it exists?
Yeah, that is a great question. And just building a little bit off your question before I try to answer it, we've certainly seen a lot of growth in recent years of these houses. Typically, they are location-based, whether it be a Tulsa house, whether it be a Midwest house, whether it be a Canada house, a Germany house, an Australia house. So typically what these groups that are putting on those activations, as we call them, do is they're paying some kind of marketing fee to be involved with South by Southwest. And how that often works from your standpoint is we'll tell them we want badges to get in first. So if someone has a badge, if there's a line and someone's got a badge, they should get in before someone who doesn't have a badge. But we also want their house to be full of activity. Again, these are great opportunities to meet someone from Tulsa who is going to say why you should move your startup to Tulsa. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. There are probably a lot of great reasons why you should move your startup to Tulsa. It really, crystallizes what events like South by Southwest are really, really good for, which is meeting people who can specifically help you and your career in some particular way. If you're interested in doing a house at South by Southwest, email me, hugh@sxsw.com. Again, this is a great way for folks to participate, maybe without buying a badge. Just look at all the houses out there and try to go to the ones that particularly appeal to you. And again, it's been pretty amazing, impressive, phenomenal to watch how that program has grown in recent years to so many different countries involved, so many different cities involved. And again, the international component there has been particularly neat, where we have more and more internationals coming to Austin. It's one of the things that I'm proud of as well. I said I'm proud of the DEI stuff we've done. We need to do a lot more. I'm proud that this is one of the few times in Austin, I think last weekend with F1, where you hear different languages on the street, where you see a lot of different cultures interacting. And I think the more we can do that in 2023 and 2024, the better. Enough said.
Thanks, Anita. And also thank you, Hugh. My question for you, Hugh, is most of the startups in this room are often KPI oriented, and we live under the philosophy that people lie, data doesn't. One of the things that I noticed that was meaningfully missing from your presentations was understanding the problem. What I mean by that is it's easiest to get a perspective of what the problem is when we see where we are right now. So do you have any DEI statistics highlighting the status quo in terms of attendance numbers from South by Southwest and the present, meaning like from 2023 or even prior years, as well as any specific metrics or goals that you're aiming to achieve to get towards?
Great question, great point. I will say that I don't think we particularly have that, aside from, just the eyeball test of, we did X number of sessions last year on this topic. We're doing X plus Y numbers this year. Is definitely something that we need to keep better track of and follow better so that we can, have those KPIs. But again, that's a great point, and well taken, as something we should do more of in the future.
I'll just share that I attended a conference in Atlanta, which was similar to this one. And in speaking to the organizer, she said that she asked Serena Williams to be on a panel about 5 years ago, and she said no, because she didn't see in any of their materials where there were diverse people at the event. And so I know Hugh has been at South by since it started, and it was funny, I saw a magazine cover of you in 2008, and it said that, and it talked about how you were the next big thing, and you had 800 people going to South by Southwest. And I think last year, in 2023, you had over 300,000. And I think that's a testament that, a lot of times people don't document the DEI stuff, but I think you can see it. I know I was a part of South by Southwest last year and hosted one of their, the entrepreneurs. And out of the 35 entrepreneurs that presented on stage, I would say at least 20% were diverse. They were diverse founders. And so, I know that maybe they don't think about it, but that's a great point that, maybe that's something that they will do in the future. But I think the optics, you can see, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, a lot of those folks have come, and they use their platform to ensure that the underserved people, get an opportunity. So, I think it's been, I think South by Southwest has really done a great job in including everyone, but I think, it's a great point that it may not be documented, but you can definitely see the impact that they're making.
Well, again, I appreciate the nice words there, and I'm not in any way saying that in a condescending manner. I love having positive feedback, but again, we can and should do more. We have, I think, done pretty good in this space so far. We can do a lot better, and we should be an even more significant leader in the space than we are already. And again, I'm going to go back to the two reasons. It's the right thing to do. It's about creativity, and we're an event about creativity. So again, welcome feedback, positive and constructive, about how we can do this better, about how we can get more marginalized founders, entrepreneurs, startups into the event. Again, we are a platform. We can shine a bright light on people who are doing innovative things. How can we do that better? I hope we can get a little better in 2024. I hope we can get a lot better in the future.
Hello, Hugh. Thank you. That was great information. I'm especially excited to hear about the South by Southwest EDU. I do have to sadly admit I'm an anomaly of Texans who have not attended, but hopefully that changes this next year. And my question, the response to this may be, do the research, but any tips in regards to the applications for panel picker process and the pitch applications, any tips or suggestions for that?
The biggest of the big picture tips on applying to get a speaking slot or applying to be part of one of our startup competitions is just understanding it is very, very competitive at this point. So for pitch, and there's a similar event within EDU that's focused on startups, we're getting 10 or 15 times as many startups apply that can actually be part of the event. So encourage, if you're applying for these things, take as much time on your application as possible. And on our applications, there is no incentive to get your application in before the deadline. Definitely need to get it in by the deadline, but 11:58 is as good as 3 weeks before. Have your, bounce your application, bounce your panel idea, your speaking proposal off your friends, proof it, reproof it, get the typos out of it, let ChatGPT write it, rewrite it from what ChatGPT wrote. Again, it is incredibly competitive. And certainly one of the things that we'll find is just that people will send in ideas that aren't as well developed. And I think the realization on our end is they didn't realize how they're competing against people who put a whole lot of effort into this stuff. So again, my strong encouragement there is just take as much time as possible in terms of research, care, proofreading, and feel free to reach out to me, and I can connect you with EDU folks or connect you with people on my team about tips for how to come up with the most compelling idea. I mean, we're here to help. We want to see this community in all its many forms be as successful as possible. The more success this community has, the more success we have. So again, we're here to help in whatever way we can.
Yeah, thanks, Hugh. So I have a question about scale and how. By the way, I thought like the story you shared about why it's that week in March and turning, I guess, dirt to gold for the bar owners was really powerful about entrepreneurship. That's part of the origin of South by Southwest. And so scale and scaling strategies fundamental for entrepreneurs. How do you go from 0 to 10 million, 10 to 100, 100 to billions, and even at billions, the problem is how do you get bigger? And so I'm curious about how South by Southwest is thinking about that, how to get bigger. And I think sometimes the answer is don't get bigger if that's part of, that's a strategic decision. I'm curious about sort of geography. You talked about the New York people were supposed to come here. So geographic expansion is part of, expansion for events and brands like this. So how are you guys thinking about that? Like geographic, numbers, how does South by Southwest get big over the next 10, 20 years?
That is a great question. I would say from our perspective, we've had the luxury of time for scale. We started in, way back in the dark ages of 1987. What you see at South by Southwest 2023 or 2024 is a result of 30, 35 years of work, every year growing a little bit bigger, and by that, growing to something pretty big. I think that, again, when I say the dark ages of 1987, we didn't have YouTube then, we didn't have social media, we weren't having all our failures, and there were many broadcasts on social media. I think that's much, much, much harder to do now. In terms of expansion, as Anita and I had talked, we have tried events in other cities over the last 20 years. Those have ranged from St. Louis, Portland, Oregon, Las Vegas, Washington, D.C., Stockholm, Frankfurt, and there's probably something I'm leaving. Well, Toronto also. We had some great smaller events in those cities, but nothing that was big enough where we thought, wow, this is really going to be like Austin. That said, I was fortunate enough to be in Sydney, Australia last week, where we had the first ever South by Southwest Sydney. This was our first ever branded South by Southwest event outside of the U.S. This thing was pretty impressive. I mean, one, Sydney's a great place to be, particularly in October, which is their spring, so it was a lot like Austin in March. Two, they pulled together some great speakers, some great content, some of which have been to Austin before. Three, there's just a lot of entrepreneurial and startup activity there. So that was very exciting to see that. The hope is that the Sydney event will open us up to a new audience, i.e. in the Pacific Rim. Some of those people were already coming to Austin, but it's a long jaunt to Austin from the Pacific Rim. So we hope this opens up to a kind of different audience, different community. From an attendee perspective, from a startup who is attending South by Southwest, I think one of the big values of South by Southwest, or of many, many other incredible events such as this one, is you can meet a lot of people in a short amount of time. I encourage everyone here, stating the obvious, and also stating this as an introvert who doesn't like to talk to people a whole lot, collect business cards. Follow up with people over business cards. Follow up with people and say afterwards, I enjoyed meeting you. You do not know where these small connections will eventually lead to and what kind of scale they will eventually lead to. Short story here, but nonetheless meaningful. When we talk about the history of South by Southwest, and I can go into short version, medium version, long version, incredibly long version, one of the big tipping points, inflection points, whatnot, was 2007 when this startup called Twitter kind of launched at South by Southwest. I know we all have very different feelings about Twitter and or X in 2023, but in 2007, when it launched there at South by Southwest, that changed everything. The year after that, every startup wanted to come to South by Southwest to get that same kind of buzz. Every VC wanted to come to South by Southwest to get that same kind of to discover the next big thing. I mentioned this story because it's interesting on its own. It's also interesting that there were about 5 people from the very young Twitter team that came to South by Southwest that year. Met all of them, stayed in touch with them. One gentleman who was at Twitter for a while ended up going to Facebook, Meta, Google, kind of made the whole tour of tech companies on the West Coast. Then he got in touch with me in probably, about this time, October 2015. And he said, got in touch with me, I think by phone, maybe email. Said, my boss wants to speak at South by Southwest. I said, that'd be great if your boss, could create a video. And he said, well, actually, my boss really wants to be here. His boss, at that point, he was digital director of the White House. His boss was Barack Obama. And again, I say that story because you don't know what small connections you make at events like this will lead to 2, 3, 4 years down the line. So encourage people to make connections, keep up with those connections, make friends. That's what these things are all about.
Did he have to do a video? Did you make him do a video?
Well, I was pushing hard for video. They were saying, well, he'd like to do a video, but he'd even more like to be there. So we kind of decided that the second might be better than the first,
We have time for one more question, if anyone has a question. Well, I have one. So tell us maybe one of your best experiences at South by and one of your worst experiences.
Certainly the best experience was one I've just mentioned, which was the whole Obama thing. And how that came together, I'm always glass half empty, so let's do the video. No, he wants to be there. Well, it's going to be really hard because Austin's really crowded in March. Well, we go to a lot of crowded events. We can do this. We ended up doing it, and it was great. In many ways, we'd been trying to get to Obama for quite a while, and so this finally came together. What was interesting, 2 interesting things from that was then got another call in mid-February, i.e. 4 weeks in front of the event, from another contact at the White House saying, Michelle Obama's kind of jealous that her husband's coming to Austin. She'd like to come also. So, okay, well, I think we can figure that out. And that, Barack spoke at Interacted the first part of the week. Michelle Obama spoke during music. The president was great. Michelle was even better in a lot of ways. That was a fantastic experience. That also led to us doing an event at the White House in October 2016 called South by South Lawn. This was a one-day South by Southwest-esque event at the White House. It was particularly focused on, a lot of the issues that the president was very passionate about. The last panel of the day was him and Leonardo DiCaprio talking about climate change. It had been raining for 4 days straight in D.C., and then this day it cleared up and was beautiful, and it was just this incredible thing. You know, apologies to People's Politics in the room. I remember being there, looking at this beautiful day and saying, this is fantastic. We'll do this forever now. So if you think I know anything about technology or can predict the future, then there's that story. The things that have gone wrong, or the least positive stories, are simply when we have not been as proactive as we should have been in terms of vetting speakers. Without naming names, we had a keynote planned for 2020 who is someone that a lot of us have probably listened to and enjoyed this person's music. We did not realize that this person had a lot of has a lot of beliefs that offended a lot of people, and so going through 2 months of deciding we can't take this person off the program, we can try to kind of fit him into a narrower window that will appeal more to our audience, and still not really working. So if there was any small silver lining to what was a very dark pandemic, it was that the 2020 event got canceled and that person was not on stage at South by Southwest. But again, I mean, I think that what I'm saying here probably applies to a lot of your work in whatever field you're in, endeavor you're in. You know, take the time to research every decision, bounce it off of as many people as possible so you don't make a wrong decision. And certainly most of the wrong decisions we've made, and there have been many, have been when we've said, oh, that sounds like a great idea, let's do it, as opposed to, oh, that sounds like a pretty good idea, let's think of all the things that can go wrong before we say yes to it. Thank you so much.
Sponsors back up. We've got gifts for you guys. KPMG folks. Come on, crew. Okay, we're going to start our first panel for today. We're talking about capital all day long. We're talking about funding. So this panel is about building bridges to capital, funding for diverse founders. The panel discussion is aimed at helping to educate and empower underrepresented founders when seeking capital. This discussion will explore the current landscape of venture capital and other finance sources for diverse founders, highlighting stories of success and lessons learned from founders and investors. We have an incredible panel. We've got Claire England of Portfolio and GPG Ventures. We've got Chelsea Lee Drazen at Realign Ventures. Probably did that wrong. And holding down the male testosterone, we've got George Ploss of Oracle NetSuite, and he's also going to talk about veterans in tech.
Hey, everyone. How's it going? Good? All right.
Hey, everyone. It's not morning anymore, is it? We should say good afternoon. I heard someone say morning. Is this actually on? Everyone can hear me okay? All right, great. Welcome. We're excited to have you here. And especially since we have a more intimate gathering, we encourage Q&A. We're going to leave some time at the end for questions. So as you think of those, jot them down, and we'll get to them at the end. So I am going to moderate and participate in the panel with my fellow investors here. And we all are in the space of VC and accelerator work, so hopefully we can dig into some great content here for you. So let's get started with strategies we've employed to raise capital and navigate common pitfalls or challenges when pursuing investment as a diverse founder. What advice do we have for founders in the room? And actually, let's get a show of hands. How many of you are founders or CEOs of companies? And how many of you are staff at startups or aspiring founders and investors? Awesome. Nice mix. Great. Thank you all. Okay.
So the first question was, how do you avoid pitfalls?
Yeah, raising capital, navigating common pitfalls or challenges when pursuing capital as a diverse founder.
Well, I was going to say how to avoid pitfalls as an entrepreneur is probably to not be an entrepreneur. No, I'm joking. So I'm George Ploss. I run Oracle's venture capital practice and their startup accelerator. And I'm also here as a representative of Vets in Tech and the Vets in Tech Startup Network, which is based out of San Francisco. I just got back from Vegas last week, and I was speaking with the CEO of Startup Vegas and Startup Nevada, and he was telling me how he has a big problem with interacting with wantrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. And so there are a lot of people that we see out there that have these really wonderful ideas, and there's no shortage of ideas all throughout the world, but there's a stark delineation between somebody that has an idea that may be incorporated in Delaware and is just sitting somewhere, on a deck, and somebody that actually has traction. So I think the biggest pitfall is presenting your idea too early before you actually have customers and before you actually have a co-founder. I heard somewhere that the first challenge an entrepreneur faces, or the first customer you have when you create and you start a business, is finding a co-founder. If you haven't found a co-founder, then you've already failed the first challenge as an entrepreneur. And so,
arguably.
Right, arguably.
One
so we can disagree.
Be a solo founder.
Right, yeah. So, because we talk about, we always talk about the statistics of success between the solo founder versus co-founders. And there's a lot of independent variables that go into there. But I think the biggest pitfall is that this room, Capital Factory, Oracle, all these organizations, both large and small, have all these resources, and there's so many venture organizations that have all these resources. The biggest pitfall is, one, making sure that your idea has traction, you have a customer, but then also figuring out which organization or series of organizations you're going to attach yourself to either raise and to grow your business. because you're in a very, very vulnerable point from pre-seed all the way up through Series A. And so I think it just boils down to customers and traction, and then organizations that exist out there to help you.
Chelsea?
Thank you. I like that we're on the same wavelength already. Hi, everyone. I'm Chelsea. I most recently had a startup in the delivery and retail space. Started it prior to COVID. Basically, Amazon-like capabilities for any retailer called Shipsy. Sold it last year. I've taken some time off, and now general partner at Realign. I would say the two most common pitfalls, I'm going to, first one play off of yours, is get it together before you think you need to. I just read a 65-page business plan on a company that's not launching until January. And it was actually the most well-thought-out plan that I've ever seen. And I wish I would have had the luxury in that early on with Shipsy. The company was incorporated, and they had a small team. But really getting it together, knowing what your values are and how you are going to use that to align with your customers, with your investors, whoever you want to work with. So the heavy lifting will pay off dividends if you do that first. The second is going with your gut. I know I learned this or had a lot of experiences early on, especially with Shipsy. We were selling to large retailers and small retailers, and I remember going to my first investor meeting and calling my co-founder and saying, they said no. And he was like, okay, who else do you have today? And I had never gone to a VC meeting before, so I thought that I maybe wasn't explaining something properly, that they just didn't get it, something was missing. That investor told me to go hunt down every big whale customer I could find. My next meeting, they told me to go get every single small minnow customer that I could find. You're never going to please anyone, and whether it's an investor primarily or a partner, don't deviate too much from your gut and what you know is right for the business, because otherwise people are going to tell you north, east, south, west all day long, and you're going to be running in circles instead of actually building your business.
I'm going to take it in a little bit different direction and say that I think one of the common challenges for diverse founders is getting in front of VCs who perhaps don't have a diverse network. So I think one of the most important things when one is fundraising is developing your own network and working that network. So going on LinkedIn and figuring out who you know is connected to Joe Smith, VC, in your space. Another common pitfall, I think, is that founders will just spray and pray and reach out to every VC out there, thinking that perhaps any, and this is more common with less experienced founders who haven't raised, thinking that any VC is potentially an audience for them. What I would encourage and what I continue to encourage every founder and CEO to do is to research the investors and make sure that they're a fit for your specific sector and stage. Because every investor, whether they're an angel or a VC, has a thesis, and most VCs will state that thesis publicly. You can look at the kind of companies they've founded, and I would always create a really detailed spreadsheet and make a list of your primary, secondary, and tertiary targets within that spreadsheet, and then work your network to get those warm intros wherever you can. Sometimes cold inbound can work. It has worked, but it's better to work your network, reach out to other founders, see what other VCs have funded companies in your sector, and start reaching out to those kind of investors. It's on you to do that networking and to find those VCs that are the right fit for you.
Can I snatch that idea also? So I'm a big believer in that social capital is the most valuable capital that there is, and that everyone uses everyone. You just can't misuse anyone. So there's organizations out there that align both customers and partner networks that help you grow. For example, this isn't a plug for Oracle's NetSuite's VC practice, but next week I'm having an immersion day with all 26 startups in our inaugural portfolio, and I'm bringing in 51 of our VC partners in. And before they all meet each other, I set up meetings in which the thesis of our VC partners aligns with the startups that they're going to be meeting. So one, it's not a waste of each other's time, so that the networks overlap with one another, and it's mutually beneficial network, both for the entirety of the ecosystem. So finding organizations that are as deliberate as that, and mind you, our portfolio is all diverse founders. Veterans, women, people of color, immigrants, those who identify as LGBTQ+, right? And so, we're trying to kindle the fire of the network, because networks in and of themselves can be echo chambers, and they can just continually compound one another. So finding organizations like that, and aligning yourselves with them, I think is of incredible value.
The next question is, how can diverse founders set themselves apart and use their unique attributes to stand out to investors? And I think one of the best ways any founder, diverse or not, can set themselves apart is to build a great company and get revenue. So start from wanting to build a company that has a product that people want, and go land some customers and get some traction, so that when you start developing those relationships with investors, they're more likely to pay attention. That said, the research is very clear that particularly for women of all ethnicities, men and women investors ask negative leading questions of women founders. They don't do that to male founders. So one of the things that I think is incumbent upon women founders, unfortunately, it's incumbent upon investors too, but not all of them are self-aware enough to realize we're doing this, is to make sure that when you get a negative leading question as a woman founder, that you flip the script on that and answer in a positive way. So think about the questions you're hearing from investors and flip the switch. And the women founders I've seen be most successful at fundraising are super pros at this. So I think that that's a really important switch for us to make as founders, and for investors to hopefully be more aware of. But these things exist, these bias, unconscious or not, biases exist, and it's our job to try to flip the script on those.
I like this question a lot, because to your point on flipping the script like that, there's two things in particular that I have noticed. One is when someone does approach something like that, it's shocking their expression on the other side when you can pull it off. It takes a long time to get there, but their expression, it really says it all. And as a female entrepreneur, I actually believe that once you do close your round, we have a massive leg up, because you've already gone through the trenches so much more severely than everyone else did. So your company, your grit, all of that, you are already ahead of the other portfolio companies, because you had to work so much harder to get where you are, to get past that point. I also firmly believe that it forces you to get really, really creative. For example, during the pandemic, or right before the pandemic, I was planning on raising another round of capital, but being a retail delivery company, we needed to pick up from local stores, which were now closed. So I made deals with our biggest customers like Party City and Brooks Brothers, some big retailers that I knew had some cash, to have them prepay us our contracts instead of raising more capital, so that I could get a longer run from that. So I think it's amazing to see their expressions and how you can flip it around. And you're so much farther ahead once you do pass that line, so it gives you an advantage. And it also drives an unexpected creativity in those situations where you just have to figure it out in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and flipping the script, I think we're always going to interact with people and entities that have institutional biases. You can't get away from that. And one of the ways to get ahead of it is, if, like you said earlier, building a successful business. And by defining what success looks like, if your range of success is that you already have traction and you already have customers, right? Now you're just looking to scale. You're getting around that bias by saying, look, you can think however you want, but I already have a proven track record of I'm on my way to product market fit, and I'm already a profitable company. So
I've already proven
exactly, yeah.
Product
So,
market fit, yeah.
so really, you're just hurting yourself. And the goal of a VC is to invest in the underinvested market. And if you look at me, and if you look at my body and what it represents, I am exactly that. I'm an underinvested market. So flip the script, get over yourself, and let's make some money and generate some returns.
So, turning the focus back on the VCs, what are some tangible ways that VCs and other investors, especially since we have some other investors in the room, can make space for diverse founders in their investment initiatives?
What are some ways they can make space?
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Anita and Silicon Hills Capital for making space. All right. This is an example of that, right? You know, you're using. Right now we're using the space of Capital Factory and Silicon Hills Capital is spearheading a gathering, right? We're showing how you're putting your money, how you're putting your capital to work, and attracting new investors and expanding your ecosystem. So hosting events like this is always going to be a good thing. The more research, the more white papers we put out, the more qualitative and quantitative information that we put out, the better. Right, because the fresher it is, and understanding where the market is trending is always going to be a good thing for it. And then also just being deliberate about it. You know, like the fact that we're all here means that we're both aligned in where and how we want to invest, and the trajectory of how we want to grow the market, and knowing what type of market we want to interact in. You know, I mean, I think we all heard that quote: "The arc of truth." Is long, but the arc of justice is long, but it bends towards truth, right? And so, I do not see a delineation between that and capitalism. You know, this is when you marry profitability and good. So,
I think this is a tough one. I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit. It's a really fine line between celebrating diversity and making it a bigger deal than it should be. Who cares if someone's a purple alien? I don't care. We're getting, especially I would say in the last 1 to 2 years, we get hung up on all of these the minutia of it, instead of focusing on, do they have a great company? Yes or no? If they do, investors are going to invest. If they don't, investors are not going to invest. There's also more people tracking things, which I think has been really helpful, especially for women entrepreneurs. There's a couple $1 billion fund that I know one of their board members who recently shared with me that they just realized they're outperforming all of their top competitors by something like 40%. So they did analysis on their portfolio for the very first time this year, and they realized that 50% of their founders are diverse founders, and they are outperforming their counterpart companies by 50%. So yeah, I mean, it's amazing. But they had no idea. And now they're opening another $100 million fund just to focus specifically on founders who don't come from San Francisco or New York, which is phenomenal. So it's great that we're tracking this, but it's also really easy to get tied up in knots on some of these things and get stuck in the minutia of it instead of focusing on building a great company.
So I'll take the devil's advocate position a little further and say that I believe in investing in the best founders of the best companies, full stop. I can say that with authenticity, if I can talk, because I have a diverse network and I invest in all founders, white male, black woman, doesn't matter to me. I'm investing in the founder and the company and the idea and what they can accomplish with that and their existing traction. When I hear my white male VC colleagues say that they invest in the best founders and they will invest in any founder, my question to them is, what does your network look like? And do you have a woman partner or a black partner or a Latinx partner on your team? If you have a woman on your team, is she an associate, or are you really walking the talk and showing the founders that you're willing to promote women and diverse GPs next to you. So my challenge to all of us who know white male investors and VCs is to help them diversify their network. It should be on them, but let's be real and admit that they probably need help with that.
Oh, I was also going to add that it doesn't necessarily stop at a founder or an entrepreneur or your team as well. The company that acquired my company, I was the only woman of 13 on the executive team. And for me, that was a really stark reality, thinking that I had a lot of great female investors and my team, and going into a corporate scenario like that, I felt blindsided a little bit. So it continues on unexpectedly in some ways, in some instances, and you have to almost start from ground zero post-acquisition.
And so when we talk about your network and we talk about attaining social capital, being deliberate about going to events or putting yourself in spaces where business opportunities exist, whether it's the Farm Progress Show that happens every year between Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana, or whether it's the Association of Black Entrepreneurs coming out of Howard University, whether it's looking at the entire ecosystem of like Vets in Tech and the Vets in Tech Startup Network. You think of we all evaluate founders, and one of the things we take into account before we invest in them is what are their unique life experiences and what is their education that is going to increase the likelihood of their success. There's something unique about being a veteran in this company. There's something unique about being an officer versus being enlisted. There's something unique about being a Black American. There's something unique about being an Indigenous or First Nation founder, right, coming from all these places. And so those are things that I think are valuable when it comes to diversifying your portfolio and making sure your portfolio is protected vis-a-vis portfolio theory, but then also thinking about how can I be intentional when I'm looking at the value of diversity and how that value of diversity fills out my portfolio.
Yeah, and it's the this is the thing that I struggle to understand with those white male VCs, many of whom are good friends of mine, who don't have a diverse portfolio or don't seek out diverse founders. Is our best performing funded portfolio is the one that is led by 5 Black and Latina managing partners, and all they invest in is companies that are led by Black, Latinx, or LGBTQIA plus founders, and or companies that are addressing those communities. It is our best performing fund by far. It's in the top 10% decile of funds. And the research is very clear that diverse teams are the best performing by far. So for founders, I think one of the things for you to think about is what are you going to do to build diverse leadership in either on your board or on your team as you move forward, because having diversity of thought within your team is just as important as having diversity of thought within that VC team and that investing team. I'll ask Anita real quick to tell us when we have 15 minutes left so we can open up for Q&A. 2 more minutes to talk. Okay. I was like, oh, we missed Q&A. Okay. So let me pick one of these questions. What advice do you have for aspiring diverse entrepreneurs looking to position themselves in the best light when seeking capital and investment?
Best light? First best light? I'm going to go back to the gut instinct. Not going northeast, south, or west, and I know that's a repeat, but it's so critical, and it'll pay off so much longer in the long run. I would also say leveraging your unique strengths and appropriately identifying your weaknesses as well. And as now an investor on the other side, I love when founders say, oh, I could really use someone in sales or marketing. Great, we have a playbook for that we provide to our portfolio companies. We also do some training on it. We can also post it on our job board for you. So understanding where your gaps are can really help in the long run. And you'd be surprised when it works out long term. one of my very favorite investors, who's very well known in the Bay Area. I learned more recently when I was catching up with him, I asked him why he invested in me. It's really fun to have some of these conversations now. I'm like, well, so what did you see? And how do I see that in others? And he said it was because I told him I had no damn idea of how much revenue I was going to make. And the context of that was I think it was on a podcast. It was on a podcast originally. And he asked me what my revenue was going to be in a year, and the company was still in ideation. And I specifically told him, I have no idea what my revenue is going to be like in 1 year, and I would ask you how many companies at this stage have given you an accurate forecast. Do you want to come on this journey with me and figure it out? Because you happen to have investments all in the delivery and supply chain space. I would love to work with you. And point blank, he was like, okay, yeah, I'm in. And he agreed to a check literally immediately after my response. And I thought, oh shit, I was going to get in trouble, or like that wasn't very professional or polite or elegant. But that was the reason why he ended up investing in me, because I was leading with vulnerability as one of my strengths, and I genuinely wanted to work with him and figure it out because I knew he would have some great advice. So lead with vulnerability.
What she said? Yeah, being vulnerable is, it shows authenticity, it shows honesty, and it shows that you're looking as a leader for someone to plug those gaps. In addition to being vulnerable, I think knowing how to tell a story, a very clear and succinct story about who you are, what the problem is, how you're solving it, and why you're qualified to solve the problem, and why your business is the vehicle for solving it. It's that simple. And we just heard an example of someone cutting a check because they told a story, and we're not objective, rational beings, and we make decisions based off of how we feel. And the best way to get someone to understand how you feel and how you want them to feel is by telling them a clear and succinct story. Having control of the narrative is everything.
Thank you both. All right. Does anyone come up with some questions? I have more, but I'd rather open it up to you all. Raise your hands and we'll get a... Okay. Yeah, let's get a mic too. So, thanks to Capital Factory, this is actually being recorded, so that's why we're doing it. Awesome.
Glad to be here. I'm glad I made it. Our wireless technology is actually based on diversity, and I've been thinking a lot about diversity for the last 3 or 4 years since I joined, and our wireless outperforms all the other wireless by 50%. So there must be something there. But that said, when does striving for diversity from either the entrepreneur or from the investor side, we already know it's great, when does it fail? When does it go wrong?
When you're overly focused or overly exposed to one particular product or one particular group or one particular sector. If I'm only investing in black founders who've come up with shoelaces, out of South Carolina, when you're, I think it's when your focus is just too narrow and you just become overly exposed. When you think about diversity and when you think about the value of diversity, your aperture widens, okay, and then your exposure gets limited. Did I answer your question? Do you?
I would just shortly add that when it's inauthentic or when it's forced, when it happens organically, great. It's meant to be. In my household, we are not a big fan of trying to do square pegs in round holes. And especially the last 3-6 months, I've heard of quite a few founders or VCs that are trying to diversify their portfolio in some way, shape, or form, but it's just not working for them. It's almost like when you try too hard to do something, it doesn't really work. It should happen organically.
Couldn't agree more. I will add that I'll go back to what I said earlier, that I think it's much more important and incumbent upon all of us to have a diverse starting place, to know as many founders and investors as we can across all types of people and backgrounds. I don't actively seek out women entrepreneurs. I don't actively seek out black male founders, but I already have a diverse network, so I know that I'm going to be investing in a great cross-section of companies. And all of this goes back to portfolio theory, which is you must, as a VC or investor, have a diverse portfolio. And we have a question, I think, over here.
I don't know how Vanna White does it.
Thanks again, Anita. So talking about kind of fitting a square peg into a round hole, one thing that wasn't discussed today that I'm actually more curious on from the panel is the recent law that passed in California and the impact that's going to and the impact that's going to more likely take place within the VC community. What are your thoughts on making some of those data and statistics publicly available, and how do you think that's going to change the venture landscape?
I don't personally have a problem sharing those statistics because at Portfolio we already do. We're 97% women partners. We're 90% women LPs. We invest in men and women and all stripes. At GPG, similarly, we have a very diverse portfolio, and we're one of the only firms in Texas with 2 women partners. I think one of the things that a lot of investors are struggling with is the fact that they're required to ask their founders their sexual orientation. And that's a tough one. Like, how are we supposed to? And it's okay if someone says they don't want to answer that, but somehow we've got to communicate with our founders that we're required by California law to report this because we have investments in California. It's a bit of an odd one.
Can you talk about what the law is first for people who don't know?
Good point. Basically, California, the governor signed into law a rule that any investments in companies that are California-based, those firms have to report the diversity metrics for those investments, including sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, gender, every detail. Yeah, every protected class, disabilities, et cetera.
This one is quite a conundrum, and I will say my team and I had a pretty heated discussion about our opinions, our thoughts, our actions on it, and after probably about an hour going back and forth on it, we just stopped. I don't think it's going to stick. I don't believe it's going to stay personally. It's another one of those things getting caught in the minutia of it. We went to extreme scenarios or role played some scenarios. What if we don't take any investment from California, or we don't invest in any companies from California? Like, that was a real question, something we were considering. It was like, maybe we just boycott California overall. And I moved from LA to Austin, so I raised my hand and said that would be really tough because I know a lot of great companies and great investors in California. As a fund, we are not doing any further action. We are not worrying about it right now until it comes to term or until we need to do something about it, and trying not to get distracted by irrelevant things. But I personally don't believe it's going to stick.
So I think governments have a mandate of being fair. Private entities have a mandate of growing and be profitable. And I think when you incentivize, one, I don't think that the government should mandate. I think you should positively incentivize organizations versus negatively incentivizing them. And so if you're going to create a program in which increases divestment in your state, then that is the antithesis of what you're trying to do. I think the spirit behind the law was good, and I think it's probably going to take some further iterations, to come up with how do we get visibility into how diverse our funding networks are, and how do we positively incentivize organizations, private entities and private equity, which is venture capital, which is a subclass, to invest in more diverse organizations. So to your point earlier, when you talked about being inauthentic, right? I think this is going to be an example of maybe having some organization do some inauthentic things, and then maybe an entrepreneur is going to be taking investment from an organization they probably shouldn't be taking it from. So, right. So that's on the other side of it. But like, I think the spirit of it was good, and I think it's the conversation and the direction of it is positive. But the immediate iteration of it is probably going to be either net neutral or could be negative.
We should get the music. What was the music? Ding, ding, ding.
Thank you all again for allowing me to speak and ask a question. I'm wondering about communicating across generational differences. So I am visiting Austin from San Antonio, and we have a lot of spirit in our younger, I don't want to say younger, like our millennial Black community there, and we want to connect with people who could support our businesses, and it seems like it's very difficult to get that support intergenerationally. And so I'm wondering, how do we build and communicate with our elders so that they support us in more effective and more authentic ways?
I really like this question. When I was raising capital, I was trying to convince primarily older investors that people wanted things now. And before COVID, people didn't really think that people wanted things now. So I really resonate with this. And I'll share advice that one of my best investors gave to me, which was pretend that you are explaining this to your my grandmother, right? And that changed my frame of mind. And I remember circulating a newsletter that I was sending out even much, much later on. And that same investor pushed it back and said, try again. Start with Dear Graham. And I found it interesting how I come from more of a corporate, like large corporate background before startup. So I had so much formality, so much corporate dust that I seemingly just couldn't shake off, or I would go through these cycles where I'd be really, really formal. And every time I did that, that one investor would tell me, try again, Dear Graham, try again, Dear Graham. And so I think taking an approach like that, especially with technology and the way that things are moving so quickly and all the acronyms, like think about someone like your equivalent of my Graham and say it and write it out or do dictation on it. And I think you'll find a lot more success.
I'll toss out that perhaps there could be more opportunity to bring those two populations together, whether that's in specific events or on panels. So if you're affiliated with Geekdom or any of the groups in San Antonio that are putting on events for entrepreneurs and investors, perhaps encouraging the organizers to have a panel that has some more seasoned, I'll call them, investors and some millennial investors. And conversely with entrepreneurs, same idea. So that we can have more of the conversations that are cross-generational in public to get these the juices flowing on that a little bit more, if that makes sense.
You want me to bring my Graham in for the next one?
Yeah, that's that intergenerational divides is always a filter that's going to balance like progress and conservatism, and so it's it's you have to explain things like you're explaining it to, my grandmother does not know what I do. Like I've even gone so far as like draw a picture of the cloud, right, and like put information in there and hold up her cell phone and like what is a data center, but I think relating it back to a similar, there's always going to be a translatable vehicle of a similar instance from when they were our age and they were trying to do the exact same thing. So like I like to use music as an example. You know, like I relate hip hop to jazz back in the 20s, in the roaring 20s, right? Or you know, like or like rock and roll in the 50s. You know, so there's always a zeitgeist that I remember when it was like that. You know, back in my day it was X. You know, and so exactly. So pick that up and use that as a vehicle, and that goes back to my whole point of like storytelling. You know, if you can be clear and succinct storyteller, then maybe my grandma one day will find out what I do for a living. So.
I like that. Remember when the toaster oven was invented?
I love that. I love these ideas. I'll toss out one other little tidbit that came to mind while you guys were speaking, and that is one of the investors, the angel investors, who's been super active in Austin over the decades. He's probably in his 70s at this point. He used to love to say to entrepreneurs that if my 5-year-old granddaughter doesn't understand your pitch, then you're doing it wrong. And I think he was saying, if I don't understand it, then you're doing it wrong. But that was a really great way for him to get that point across. So, you know, here's another event idea. There's Pitch a Kid. How about Pitch a Grandma?
Yeah. I love it. I love it. Any other questions?
Well, you guys have been fantastic. Thank you for joining us for this panel. And thank you to my co-panelists, Chelsea and George. We appreciate your time. And Anita, thank you for hosting us. If we have more time, we're happy to do more, but I think we're good. Yeah, okay. Thank you all.
All right, we're going to go on into our second panel. It's about raising funds and building a profitable company in a down economy. This panel discussion will explore strategies and tactics businesses have implemented to remain profitable and grow during a recessionary period. Panelists will share examples of their experience in the face of economic decline and examine how lessons learned can be applied to future recessions. We have Nicole Bentz of S3 Ventures, and I'm going to sit on this panel with you. And we have Chika Nwubi of Decagon, and I'm so excited to have both of you. Okay, Okay. All right. So we had another panelist, but she ended up having to go to San Francisco. So Chica's sitting in. He's actually supposed to be on the next panel about the pathway to billions. So we're excited to have him on this panel as well. So we're talking about raising funds and building a profitable company in a down economy, which is what everybody's saying. It's not a recession, but it is something. Something is going on. So what strategies can be used to maintain and increase profitability in times of economic uncertainty?
Hi, everyone. Nicole Benz, S3 Ventures. We're an early stage venture firm here in town. So, yes, this is the $1 million question. I think in my mind, the way I kind of think about this is, did anyone take like psychology 101? Like, remember like Maslow's hierarchy of needs? That's kind of how I'm envisioning this. Basically, your first goal, your first responsibility as CEO, especially in times like these, is survival, right? Make it to tomorrow. So to that end, you might hear us say this a few times, but cash is king, cash is king, cash is king, cash is king. Have a really good understanding of your cash runway, your cash burn on a monthly basis, and how far that gets you. So you need to first and foremost get really locked in on what that is. We can go into some of the more like kind of detailed strategies of how to extend runway, how to bring down burn, but first and foremost, wrap your arms around that. After that point, you can then start to focus on the fundamentals of the business. So, metrics that I know sometimes founders can somewhat roll their eyes at, especially coming from like a really early stage investor, right? Or questions on like LTV to CAC, your CAC payback, sales efficiency. It's really important to have a good understanding of what those metrics are, and why we push on them so hard is because of times like this. Those metrics will be somewhat of your canary in the coal mine, so to speak, as to what are areas of the business that may be unprofitable, that are either, we need to cut down spend on, or we need to, there's some other lever that we need to pull to bring it up to profitability. Or areas of the business that are highly profitable, like let's go double down on, because that every dollar you spend there, you're going to get $3 back, right? That math makes sense all day long. So wrap your arms around those fundamentals, figure those out, and then from there, you can get into kind of the thriving, the top of the pyramid, right? Thriving section of the business, and from that point on, you can figure out, okay, how do I balance growth while still somewhat, especially in times like this, needing to be cost conscious? How can I kind of drive optionality in the business? So that's kind of the framework I would use during these times, but happy to go into more detail on like specific techniques.
I'm sorry. Nicole, did you introduce yourself? I forgot to. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm Chika. People call me CN. I'm founder of Decagon, which is a company that helps exceptional people from underrepresented backgrounds launch careers in tech. Before that, I spent 2 decades building a bunch of tech companies, mostly in Africa. Been either as a founder or investor, achieved 5 exits in my 2 decades. I think that this question has where you are in the journey matters. Meaning, if you're a startup that raised capital in the happy days, you already have staff and you already have a way of doing things, so you already have a way you operate, I think it's really critical to figure out a way to change that mindset in the company, because you're already baked into things that they used to say, like, don't worry about profit, think about growth, and all those kind of things. And you've set signals all through the company around that. And you, yourself, just saying you need to pay attention to cash and all that stuff, you might do that, but you would often find yourself sort of reverting. But even worse, your team members will not just naturally, even if you get it, they wouldn't naturally now get it. So I think that's a lot of the work. And one way to do that is to spend time with people who, successful entrepreneurs. You need to sort of change your mentors. You need to spend some time with successful entrepreneurs who were not in the VCs type. People build very successful companies without venture funding. And there's a lot of people that have built companies in lean times. So that can be actual, meeting them in person or consuming their content, and doing that with your team, getting critical key members of your team to really understand that. So I think that's, for me, a very, very important effort to invest time and energy into. I think on top of that is one principle that I always sort of used to remind myself and remind founders about is the idea of sequencing and really prioritization, which we understand, but I like sequencing better because when you talk about, because as a founder you have all this big vision, you see the whole picture, and you sort of want to, and it is not often clear that the order in which you build out that picture matters, and it didn't used to matter so much in the past, because you had a lot of money, so doing something that was investing in something that's going to be part of the picture later didn't matter that much because you had money in the bank anyway. But now the sequence really, really matters, and playing out how one sort of victory or one thing that you invest in will change, because it will change the dynamics completely. For example, if you don't have any customer, if you're trying to build a double-sided business, don't have any customers, investing and almost like doing, and this comes to another point, almost like being willing to build a one-sided business. We always knew this, but even doing it in non-venture, non-scalable ways. So building an agency type of business to serve one customer. And the point about that is that if you then have 50 of such customers and you build a reputation with those customers and you can actually be profitable as a one-sided business before you even ever talk to anybody on the other side. Whereas in the past, we would be trying to make sure we do both of those things at the same time.
That was a long answer. Okay, but I think we got it. So I wanted to give you a little of my background. I don't know that I did that earlier. I actually am a veteran. I retired from the military in around 2008, and President Obama was elected, and I got called back to go work on his PR and marketing team, which is what my background is in. Shortly after that, I started my own company and didn't receive any venture dollars, but it was acquired a few years later. So all of a sudden, I know nothing about entrepreneurship, but everyone said now I'm a success. And so what I ended up doing, I think, was similar to Chelsea. Took some time off, tried to figure out what I was going to do with my life. I was 40 years old and retired from the military, and now I've got this company I just sold. And so what I did was I started a nonprofit. And with the nonprofit, we used that nonprofit to support Black entrepreneurs in Texas, because the statistics are dismal when you talk about Black entrepreneurs, not just in Texas, but also throughout the U.S. Around 80% of Black entrepreneurs only make about $60,000 a year, and they only have one employee. And if I was able to do it, and I knew nothing about entrepreneurship, I felt like, we can help other entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs, do that. And so we started this company, and that's I think Hugh talked a little bit about it. It's called Black Business Journal. And so we used the magazine to help African American businesses learn how to market, because I felt like if they could get more market share, they could get more funding. And we've really done a lot of great work in the community. We have about 19,000 African Americans in a Facebook group, and I know Austin has less than 7% Black population, but we have about 19,000. And so we built this community of African Americans and business owners. And so, transitioned that through COVID. We raised some funding, raised about $250,000 in 6 months, and gave grants to Black business owners during COVID because they weren't able to get PPP funding. So, and then transitioned to venture so that we could work with scalable businesses and minority businesses. And we've invested in 4 businesses, all diverse founders. And one of those companies has been acquired. So again, I think people talk about how diverse founders, there's a lot of success, when you're talking about diverse founders, because a lot of times we build companies that help our communities grow. So to answer the question on how to maintain and increase profitability in times of economic uncertainty, I'm a marketer, but I'm going to tell you, don't believe the hype, right? So, don't listen to the news when you're thinking about your company. I'm a news junkie, so I do watch it every day, but, you cannot use the media as a tool to grow your business, because what happens is there's always going to be a downturn, right? And so, but you've got to maintain, that business so that you want it to get it to, to kind of that hockey stick that everybody's looking for. But my thoughts are, just like in 2008, everybody said it was a down economy. I sold my company, a couple years later. I mean, so you just cannot, use other people's thoughts and ideas. You have to believe in yourself, believe in the product and service that you're putting out to the world, and know that it's a great product. But I guess one piece of advice would be, you're going to have to get used to hearing the word no, because a lot of people are going to tell you no, and you just got to, dust it off and keep going, because, Chica might not give you money, but Anita might, right? So you just got to keep going.
If I can just double click on that. I mean, I think some of the most resilient businesses are built during these times, right? So if you can build and be successful now, chances are you should be able to repeat that during the heydays, right? So it's not. I know it's certainly tough, but at the same time, if you can do it now, you're going to be better and stronger for it. And if that also plays out, like if you look at venture returns in 01, 08, a lot of those funds are just like phenomenal.
What industries or businesses most likely to succeed during a recession or a downturn? What types of businesses do you think will succeed?
I'd say the businesses that I think are tied to like a hard dollar ROI or hard ROI in general are going to be successful during this time. So businesses that it's very easy to talking to customers, selling to customers, that there's clear quantifiable ROI upon buying your solution, your widget, whatever it is, are going to be the most resilient. I think the question that you may hear from investors, or it might be implicit, but they're toying with it in the back of their minds when they're meeting with you, is is this a painkiller or is this a vitamin? Times like these, the painkiller wins.
I think also in terms of, if you're solving a problem, you might not be solving like from A to Z of the problem, right? So sort of on the value chain, figuring out how to be closest, like build it in a way that's closest to shorter time to cash. That's both in terms of how much sort of upfront building you have to do before you can start to monetize, but also even things like your cash cycle. Businesses that have like a positive cash cycle, I think these are things that are not very interesting. Like you're a founder, you want to solve a big problem, but these are the things that make the difference now. You made the point about venture returns in these difficult times being very high, and even some of the best companies being built. And part of it is that, those companies that are growing or that are doing things right stand out much more. So if you can get designing cash into your business, the return on that, because other people won't have cash, and so you're able to take up market share much faster.
I think we might get into this later, but there's also there's ways to gain that too, right? I think Chelsea said it, that she had her customers pay her up front. Ask for that. Customers will they will say yes. Some might say no, but that's fine. That's okay. If you get a few to pay up front, that's a big difference. If you don't already add into your contracts, 5% upcharge on renewal, right? Add that language in. You're going to get some pushback, sure, but there's going to be some companies that flies through and they won't bat an eye. Those are easy ways to bake in getting cash up front, getting a positive cash cycle, and then also growing revenue, growing contracts over time.
Absolutely. Let's talk about best practices for managing staff in an economic downturn. So, what are some of your best practices?
Well, again, depends on where you were. If you already existed, already raised capital and had a lot of people, then you have to most effectively, efficiently, and compassionately right size. I've been through times when I delayed it and dragged it out, and it just ended up costing me and the company and introducing unnecessary risk into the business. So if you already had a lot of people, you have to reduce that number. If you do that, then you have to figure out ways to help the people who are left behind to believe. And again, I think being very clear that this is a mission that you have to achieve, and figuring out creative ways to do that, to show them that you still believe and that you're still going, I think really matters. I think fundamentally, when people join you in building a company, you especially very early on, is usually because they believe in the mission. And therefore, getting really good at communicating how the things that you guys are doing are in furtherance of that mission from a KPI standpoint, metric standpoint, will make the company work better, but it would also keep the team really aligned and most engaged. We went through a period where engagement was about, ping pong balls and pool and all that stuff. But really, the engagement, the reason why they came is to help fulfill that mission. And so helping them through clarity of metrics around the fulfillment of that mission, in the same way that having a scoreboard makes sports people play very differently from when they're just in the shooting around. I think for me that has been the most critical way to keep the team engaged.
Yeah, I'd say ditto. Agree with everything with what Chika said. The other stuff, it's important to be clear, as transparent as you can be in your communication with employees, especially if if you have to do a layoff of some sort. Keeping the people that you want in the company, that you want in the boat, motivated is incredibly important. To your point again, that's such a painful exercise. No half measures. Make sure that you only do it once, right? You don't want to have to do it again. The other thing I might add that you didn't mention, because I feel like you got all my talking points there. And this might not be something that you all think of immediately, but also, being a CEO, being a founder is an incredibly lonely job. Seek out help with your mentors, with investors. Turn to them for guidance, and specifically in times like these, but also with specific scenarios. It's good to have a sounding board for a lot of these issues, and it's also good to just kind of have a shoulder to lean on sometimes, right? So that can, I think, when I think of like our founders and our CEOs who are the best managers in our portfolio, they are also the first people to say, well, you know, I got that idea from so-and-so. Like, I learned a ton from him, or I learned a ton from her. So don't be afraid to rely on your mentors and the coaches around you.
You know, I was thinking when you two were talking, tech companies are notorious for huge layoffs. And I think last year we had an event, and the CEO of Indeed was one of our honorees, and we were talking, and he said, well, we're getting ready to do some layoffs, and so I can't do A, B, and C. And so he was very conscious of, you know, the optics, if you will, of spending, when there's layoffs involved, because, you know, you've got people who are, you know, they've got to pay the rent regardless, right? And so I think, as small business owners, we still have to be just as cognizant of our spending and where we're, putting those cuts and who we're laying off. And there's lots of ways that you can, I guess, strategically do that. But I think tech companies, to me, have been notorious for huge layoffs, and then they have these huge hiring sprees. It baffles my brain, but it's tech.
There's also some, at certain points that becomes inevitable, that you need to let people go, and it's really hard, and those are people that help get you to where you're at. Incredibly difficult process. There's also ways, and this is not like, this isn't going to fit every company, every situation, but there's ways to get creative around it. I know of one company that was weighing the options of, okay, we've already cut costs, we've done this. Do we need to do a round of layoffs? Or they basically looked at their entire payroll and said, if everyone took a 5% haircut off of base salary, we basically get to where we need to be from a burn standpoint. Like that was the, little increment left that they were trying to solve for. And so they went out and asked the team, would you take a 5% haircut off your base salary in exchange for additional equity? And 75% of employees said yes. That's huge. Yeah. That eliminated the need. They kept the team intact. I get that that's a very specific example, and that's not going to fit every scenario. But get creative about ways that you can cut costs too.
What are some common mistakes that businesses make during a downturn? What do you think are some mistakes or things that we could do better?
Yeah, I think especially if the founders are technical founders, don't have a lot of experience with customer acquisition, I think cutting sales, marketing, both in terms of dollars and effort. I think also relatedly, starting to hide a bit more, because now as a founder you have more uncertainty, you're more anxious, and when there was a lot of money, or you had a lot of confidence about raising money, you were much more confident that this business was going to be successful. So when you say, I am this person, and you go and speak at places and so on and so forth, you think you're letting them see you before you blow up, right? You're giving them a sneak preview. But now you're not, you think this is probably, not going to be successful. And so there's a tendency to hide. And I think that introduces unhelpful conservatism and the missing of opportunities. You talked about, serendipitous meetings of people and, things that happen when you show up. So I'm talking about let your brand continue to show up, and you yourself continue to show up, both externally and internally. I think this season, this time is the first time that we're having a downturn in a sort of remote first early stage startup world. I don't know how. I've been trying to think about that. Like, what does that mean for founders and companies? And I don't have answers yet. Just want to point that out.
I'd say a couple other things to add. One, maybe tactically, to the extent that you can, like, keep customers happy. Having a leaky bucket is going to be really, really painful, especially, it's always painful, but especially in a downturn. So keep customers happy, minimize churn as much as possible. I'd say, I was going to piggyback off something you said. It'll come to me here in a second. But yeah, common mistake, that's the last thing you need. That's like kind of just on top of everything else. Things are going, sales haven't picked up as much as we want. Somewhat understandable, right? Current environment. Oh, by the way, these two churns are happening, which we had no idea were coming down the road. That's like, try to minimize that as much as possible. To your point around transparency, this was the second point I was going to make. Again, like, ask for help. I recently became a mom, and so I've suddenly realized how right my mom was about everything, right? Because eventually I will also be right. But is that how it works? And I remember my mom used to always tell me, if something goes wrong, tell me. I'm almost inevitably going to be less mad about actually what actually happened versus you trying to figure it out on your own, getting things, getting more stuck, and then coming down to me and saying, okay, actually, it's a huge problem now. This is my first downturn in a professional capacity, but the team at S3, like, we have seen downturns. We have seen all sorts of scenarios. Chances are, so have your other investors, right? They've seen this playbook. They know how to run it. They know the common, common scenarios that are going to come out of this common challenges that you will face. Lean on them. Reach out to them. Be transparent with what's going wrong and what you could use help with. Even if you think you're being sly about it, you're not. Like, the monthly updates that you get, like, in an email right before the board meeting's about to happen, and suddenly it's like, oh, they normally report on, like, these two metrics. That wasn't in this one. Like, that's so strange. And then suddenly you get to the board meeting and it's like, oh, that's why you didn't want to mention it. So be transparent. Again, like, ask for help, that sort of stuff.
Well, since my background's in marketing, I'm super critical of companies who are looking for me to invest. I'm super critical of what they're using those dollars, marketing dollars for. And I mean, I've spoken to companies who, they've spent like almost hundreds of thousands of dollars on Google ads and things like that to try to get more customers. And I asked them, how many customers have you gotten? And so it's like throwing good money after bad. When things are not working, I mean, at some point you're going to have to self-correct. And some of those things, Google ads, I mean, there's just so many organic things that you can do as for marketing. You don't have to pay a lot of times for marketing. And I think that, to me, is where I'm super critical of companies. And I think that's where you can cut, some things, but I think you need to talk to folks who are in that field on how you can cut and, where you should cut and where you can look for organic growth and opportunities that, that do not cost a lot of money.
Just to piggyback off that, another company that, like, to your point around getting creative specifically on marketing spend, we were debating, should we go to this conference? Yes, no. We've gone to it historically. It leads to this many leads, but it's really expensive to sponsor to get that booth. They ended up going to the conference, but, like, not sponsoring, not having a booth, and just threw a happy hour at the end of it. Saved a ton of money. Literally no change in the amount of leads that they generated. Like, so there's ways to get creative about this without breaking the bank and still, like, achieving the results that you're looking for.
Let's see. How can companies successfully shift their marketing message during recession? Okay. I guess I need to talk about that, huh? Okay. So how can you shift your marketing message during you can go to conferences, like you said, as opposed to trying to sometimes you can ask for an entrepreneur discount. Hugh was here earlier talking about South by Southwest. They have different levels, to attend. And if you can't pay for your ticket, you can volunteer. And as a volunteer, you get to meet so many different people. So there are so many opportunities, out there, for small business, for companies. And I mean, for me, I'm a marketer, but I don't believe that I did anything grand when the company in Florida saw my company and wanted to talk about, acquiring it. It's just a matter of, to me, doing the work. If it's kind of like what your mom said when you were younger, you just do the right thing, do it for the right reasons, and I promise you'll bubble up to the top. I mean, just because you never know who's watching you. You never know who's watching you do the right thing. And I just think marketing it's a cool thing, but it does not take a lot of money. And honestly, if there's entrepreneurs out there that are looking for ways, I'd love to. I actually put some time on my calendar every month for entrepreneurs to kind of just hear what you guys are doing, hear your pitch, and give you a few ideas on how you can, do things a little different.
Yeah. So something that has worked for us in the past has been paying more attention to partnerships. So there are people who have the customers that you want, and who are selling them something else, right? Or people who are trying to get to them. So finding complementary products, investing that time as a CEO or founder to build a relationship with their CEO in order to get them to give you access, whether that's in their ads or to the existing customers, to email out and exchange, like cross-market each other and so on and so forth. So that's one. I think relatedly is if your business fits with this, partner with bigger companies. So, for example, the whole Oracle NetSuite thing, or in an earlier life, we partnered with a large telco, the largest telco on the continent, and help them solve it with a tiny company, help them solve a problem. They have a lot of marketing dollars, and appearing alongside them, my logo with their logo, made all the difference from a credibility standpoint, and it didn't cost them anything extra. So I think this is biz dev that converts to marketing. That I think is a good use of time.
I think agree with a lot of what's been said. I think getting creative about some of how to maintain that brand presence, but not break the bank for it. Getting customers to do a case study, more content, like investments in SEO. There's plenty of ways that are not incredibly expensive that will still maintain and grow your brand presence.
I wanted to also share. During COVID, you would expect for things to kind of decline, but I think I mentioned we raised $250,000 and gave grants, but we raised it during COVID within 6 months, and a lot of times it was just people who saw what we were doing and knew they aligned with the mission of what we were doing and really donated. So there's just so many opportunities out there, but I guess the point is, during a downturn, it can also be one of the greatest blessings, because I think when you look at the venture dollars that were raised prior to COVID, during COVID, and after COVID, it was almost like it was an incline. It was growing. Now it's, of course, it's kind of going back down, but it just shows you that you just don't believe the hype. I mean, there's money out there. We're talking about billions of dollars, and even in Austin, and just Austin, Texas, there's over $5 billion that was raised last year, and we're going to have Silverton Partners up here. They're one of the largest ones here in Austin, so we're going to talk to them as well. But there's a lot of money, being raised even in the downturn. So don't think that, okay, just because this is happening, I can't raise money, or I can't do that. If you're an entrepreneur, you gotta stay focused. Dig down deep and recognize that your product is good, and just keep working toward the goal.
Yeah, I'd say on like fundraising specifically, I think like good businesses will continue to raise capital, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not growth at all cost modes either. And the valuations have certainly shifted. The market landscape has changed. So that does not mean that you remain focused, right? I don't want to paint like a completely doom and gloom picture, but do want to stress to maintain focus, but at the same time, if you're building a strong, scalable business, that will that will rise, and investors will recognize that and continue to fund those types of businesses.
A few questions. There's some questions out there. Okay.
Do we have a question?
So, how do you know we're in a downturn, and what's the real definition of a downturn? Besides just VC stats.
That's not a problem that we have to solve. Like, we don't have the problem of figuring out if there's a downturn, because people are, VCs are saying, hey, look, we're not doing any new deals now. We're trying to, we need a few months to reconstitute our portfolios out, or, they're solving problems for the existing portfolio. So the speed of the nose is also faster, right? Because they're not wasting your time talking to you, because they know that they're going to say no now. So at least that's, last year was I think was very clear last summer. And I think now it's harder actually to know exactly where we are. Whether are things opening up, are things loosening up. But I think that, it doesn't, the technicality of a downturn doesn't matter as much as the reality of the experience. People, and the implication that people are being a lot more value focused, and therefore you better be as well.
I do not have an economics degree, so I cannot define downturn for you. But show of hands, anyone raised capital in the last 6 months-ish? Was it easy or hard? Okay. Well, darn it. Okay, that's not helpful for my point. Okay. All right. I think if you talk to a majority of founders that have raised capital in the last 3-6 months, whatever it is, it's significantly harder than it was a year and a half, certainly 2 years ago, right? Our investors, some investors are saying, hey, I don't think it's many at this point, but there's probably some that are saying we're not investing at the current. Investors are open for business, right? But the metrics required, also the expectations of that capital have certainly shifted. So, I can name you several firms where what was a down the middle, down the fairway Series A 2 years ago has those metrics required have shifted considerably. The expectations of what it takes to get to the next round have also shifted, have also gone further. Also, there was, if this raise was going to get you 18 months, maybe it's an expectation that it gets you 24 months or even to profitability. That on top of just like valuations have collapsed, it's not a fun market to go out and fundraise in right now. So to the extent you can, I would strongly encourage everyone to shore up their cash position, make cash, extend their cash runway as much as possible, and grow the business organically, right? Like use your customers to fund the business. That's the best capital you'll ever get, non-dilutive. It's so try to optimize for those types of things versus in 12 months capital markets will open back up and I'll go raise and it'll be no problem. My hope is that it's not a problem, but it's not always the case, and I'd rather I plan for a rainy day and it turns out that everything's totally fine than I plan for sunshine and it turns out I needed an umbrella the entire time.
So I think that's actually an excellent segue into my question. Going into current capital markets, it's more than clear that we're operating in a bear market in comparison to the bull markets that we had in like 2021 and even late stage 2020. The question that I have is that it's more along the lines of your predictions for the future. And I'll scope it by saying we're currently dealing in an instance to where, unlike any other precedented downturn, it's more rhyme than reason. There's no like clear leading indicator other than, like, quite frankly, where the Dow and S&P and even where real estate is. But even that hasn't resulted in any major recession or financial collapse. And so it's clear that investors are operating much more conservatively, but for the first time before we actually get to any form of economic collapse. So I guess my question for you again is, what are your predictions over the next 6 to 9 months, or even potentially going into 2025, on what you anticipate will change with the markets, and what do you think will be the impetus of that change?
Yeah. I'd say the capital markets are starting to open up. My hope is that either Q4, Q1, certainly first half of the year is the low point from a private capital perspective. So I'm hoping that we start inching back up. Again, like, it's starting to open up, but to be quite honest with you, I mean, it's certainly, and this is where we're kind of, if you look at like dollars raised, deals done, we're kind of inching back up to like 2017, 2018 levels, which at the time was also like a really hot market. So, it's almost more of a correction that's happening, rather than like we're going. I don't want to say that we're going back up to 2020, 2021 levels by any time soon, because I think that was unsustainable, to be quite honest with you. And then the second half of your question, was.
I was asking, what do you think will be the impetus of the change? But one of the things I also wanted to include was, how do you think that next year, being an election year, is going to impact the capital markets?
Yeah. I think, like, election years always, I don't know if it'll affect the, like, venture capital, private capital market as much, but there's still, I mean, like, I don't know if anyone's been following. The NBC has been doing a lot of good work on summarizing some of the legislation that's gone through in the last year or so, last 6 months. But it will have some impact. I'd say it's probably more likely going to have an impact on our portfolio companies than it will to, like, a real impact on how we allocate capital. The other thing I think to keep in mind here, in terms of like go forward, and I think we touched on this. I think you touched on this. Investors are right now, and probably still will be for the foreseeable future, focused on current portfolio, right? Managing reserves, also making sure that companies stay alive and can get through to the next round. And then the other thing I'd also say is that I think there's going to be, to be quite honest, I think there's going to be a real reckoning in terms of not only companies that raised in the heydays that haven't grown into those valuations and don't have the metrics required to raise the next round of capital. And also, there's a ton of emerging managers, I'm talking like funds 1 through 3, that raised in the heyday that are not going to be able to raise their next fund. So, and that's really unfortunate because a lot of those emerging managers were diverse emerging managers who, if history repeats itself, will not get like a clear second chance that others might have in another time. So it's incredibly unfortunate, but it's going to be, I think we're going to have more dark days ahead of us before we see the light, I guess would be my summary for my longer than anticipated answer. Sorry.
I was just going to say, the political climate right now is not conducive to diverse funding for diverse founders. We talked about the law in California, but there is Fearless Fund is a African American female-run fund in Atlanta, Georgia, and they specifically fund Black women founders. And they were hit with a lawsuit earlier this year, and it really has put it's just been incredible because I was talking to someone earlier, and I work with folks in other states, and some of them cannot even say the word diverse in their materials because it's gotten so bad that it's almost like there's a target now on folks who are funding diverse founders. And, I'm a marketer, so, my thoughts are always, I'm a veteran, I'm African American, I'm female. So, those are the people that we invest in. However, we invest in everyone. We focus on that group, but we invest in every single person because we definitely want to have purpose, but we also want profit as well. But I think, over the next year, because Texas is also another one of those states where diversity is being slashed in a lot of ways. So a lot of companies are kind of, trying to regroup and try to figure out how do they navigate, the waters in trying to be inclusive, but also not to be a target either, for, the political process is happening over the next year. So I think we're going to, it's dicey. I think it's dicey. It's going to be dicey for the next, I think, year, until we figure out who the next president will be. So I just say, stay tuned, but, stay focused on what you're doing and, let the politicians deal with the politics, and we just keep doing what we're supposed to be doing.
Well, I think, unfortunately, there's also like the Middle East crisis. So uncertainty is bad for the markets, for investing. During uncertainty, people try to go towards certain things that they can control, and that a lot of that has to do with things that they are familiar with and understand very well. Unfortunately, investing in new types of founders or new regions is uncertain. It's compounding their uncertainty. The same way that we're saying to founders to focus on profit and so on and so forth, and maybe don't take too many risks and so on and so forth, is the way investors is the way LPs are thinking, and that's going to the VCs as well. So that's to say that the next, I'm not optimistic about the next sort of till 2025 at the earliest, personally. There's also the idea that the sort of property prices sort of react slower, so the decline is not. So that's still coming. That may still be coming. So not to be not to be pessimistic or really pessimistic, but I just think that that's just the reality, and therefore figuring out, and the hedge against all of that is generating cash, generating profit in your business. That's the hedge.
Okay, he has a question, but I just want to lean into what Tika's saying because I think it's so important, right? We have to understand the mind of the LPs. So I run a private equity fund. that does commercial real estate, helps technology employees get into commercial real estate. But I spend a lot of time on the phone with my LPs. And when you think about an LP's portfolio, if you have somebody who's high net worth, how much are they allocating towards venture in their portfolio? Probably about 20 to 25%. And what else is happening in that portfolio right now? Asset prices in the market have gone down. They're waiting. A lot of them have at least 25 to 30% exposure in commercial real estate. You've heard what's going on with office right now. So the reality is a lot of them are sitting on cash, but they're trying to figure out where do they want to deploy it. Is exactly what you said. Their thesis is becoming much more conservative. They don't want to go out to the fringes. They want to be conservative. But when all of a sudden things start to stabilize and things start to move, that's when it'll flow again. And I think, you know, we're somewhere around 12 to 18 months before things are going to start to normalize, 100%. We have one more question here.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Who are your favorite founders, and what qualities did they exude in the first meeting that made you believe in them? I understand, like, if you can't say names, but would love to hear the qualities that you saw in those people.
I'd say I think similar to Chelsea's answer, my favorite founders are the ones who you can tell immediately are being incredibly honest and transparent, are upfront about what they know they don't know. And I think also, I'll bucket this in a couple things. So transparency. Secondly, ability to be good managers, or not hesitant to bring people in and to shine the light on someone else on their team. That's kind of a red flag to me personally if I'm talking to a founder and they don't want me to meet anyone else on the team. And I'm not talking like first meeting, because I get that. Like, that can be a little dicey when it's like, you know, 4 people from the company side and then just 1 investor. Like, that's some, you know, I'm talking like in the diligence process. So not opening up the rest of the team, or they open up the rest of the team, but they don't want their exec team to like have the mic at all. You ask a question that's like in their purview and the CEO takes over. So that's another area. And then I'd say third, and this might be colored by the stage we invest in and maybe just my personal preference, but a CEO that can sell. We do, you know, so we're seed series B, so early stage, but we're also investing in post-revenue businesses that have customers, with the idea that I know in the back of my mind it's going to be founder-led sales for at least a little bit of the journey. So I'd like to personally invest in founders that have the ability to sell and can run a sales process, have done that before. So.
Well, the founders that I really, really loved are those who come to me with a great product, and basically they will raise money whether I give them a check or not. Those are the ones that I love, because, you know, it's always good to be wanted, but it's also, you know, good to be, it's also good to chase a good product, right? And so, you know, being able to be on a team where you want to be on that team, you know, that product is so good, or that founder is so good that, you know that they're going to be a success. And, you know, we were just lucky. Lucky. We're blessed. Because, you know, one of the first founders that we invested in, she was actually on this stage. I saw her, pitch on the stage, and she came from California to Austin because she was a small fish in a big pond, and she came to Austin because she wanted to be a big fish in a small pond, and she became that. And so it was. And I told her when she was here that when she was ready to raise, I want to be on your cap table. And, you know, it took her a few years to get there, but you know, it's those founders that, you know, again, you know, that you're chasing them and they're not really, you know, chasing you. At least that's my thought.
Yeah. So Jim Collins in Good to Great has this thing about level 5 leadership, a combination of humility and will, very strong will. And I find that to be, have found that to be a very important sort of balance, especially now. That the will, so that's speaking of sort of determination and sort of confidence, and they believe that this thing's going to happen in spite of the. But how do you know that, right? So it's from their past, like their stories from the past, and just what you know, what they've achieved, and the role that their will and great played in their past successes, but balanced with humility. Humility helps them to see and understand the truth about what it's going to take to achieve what they're trying to achieve, and what help they need to get to understand that early and get that help, and not even waste your dollar experimenting whether they can go it alone. If they're not a very strong seller, then they have a co-founder that's very strong, and vice versa from technical and so on. So for me, that's what I've tried to look for. Of course, it's not very easy to tell.
Sorry, to the extent that you have those skills or can surround yourself with team members who do, that'll be to your benefit.
Well, awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, like right up? She's got to get pictures. Okay.
All right, so this panel is, I think, is one of the best ones. Of course, we saved, the best one for last. It's how to build a unicorn and scaling your business to billions. We've got Demetrius Julius at Icon Build, and he's also a new founder of Dreamer, and Juliet Richard of the Artemis Fund, and Christopher Nelson of Wealthward Capital. And I will let you guys take it. What's that? I'll let you do it all.
Oh, yeah. So we are scaling to $1 billion. So who here knows what's the basic definition of a unicorn? Anyone? Yes, ma'am. Oh, I have to answer it for you, so just tell me. Yeah. $1 billion in valuation, right? So $1 billion in valuation. So today in the United States, there are 772. If you go on to Crunchbase, you can see their unicorn valuation. Now that's a valuation. And so I'm here to share with my experience. So right now, we run a private equity company, Wealthward Capital. I'm also host of Tech Careers and Money Talk, where we talk about how do you make money in tech, and then how do you actually learn how to manage it. But one of the experiences that I had early on that really impacted me was I was employee 417 at a company called Splunk. Splunk at that point in 2011 when I joined was a unicorn, had $1 billion valuation. But it also, in the 5.5 years that I was there, also grew from $100 million in revenue to $1 billion in revenue. So massive growth story. So I think today we're going to dig in, and we're going to share stories and strategies of how do you think about scaling your company. Because the reality is Splunk, right before I joined, had gone through a round of layoffs. Layoffs are not necessarily bad in this environment, as we just learn when sometimes you need to refocus your company, you need to change the direction a little bit, or maybe you just need to tighten up the team. So there still is a lot of opportunity. But I want to pass the mic, let everybody introduce themselves, and we'll get started.
Good to meet you guys. You are a wonderful MC. I am so excited to be on this panel with you. My name is Juliet Richard. I'm an associate at the Artemis Fund. We lead seed rounds for female founders, democratizing wealth in fintech, the care economy, and commerce enablement. We're currently raising our second fund, which is a $50 million fund to write $1 to $1.5 million check. So I see some incredible women in the crowd. If anyone is raising, I would love to meet. But I am thrilled to talk about the early stages of building towards a $1 billion company.
Fantastic. My name's Dimitri Julius. I am the co-founder and president of a company called Dreamer, but I have a feeling that we're here to have a conversation about my previous organization, which is called Icon, large-scale robotics company that works in not only terrestrial construction, to democratize the cost of housing, but also has a extraterrestrial component as we partner with companies like NASA to bring construction technologies to hopefully the moon and beyond here in the next 5 to 7 years. So I think we're excited to get into this.
Oh, we're gonna really get into it right now. And I mean, I think like it starts like anything else, right? It starts when you think about scaling. It starts truly with the founders. So I'm interested, Julius, like when you were at Icon and you were thinking about putting your career in that position, getting equity in that company. What did you see in the founders that made you, like, let's talk about the tangible and the intangible that made you think they're going to scale this company?
Yeah, so the first thing is an inherent and sometimes delusional belief in your ability to go do something that everyone in the world is going to tell you doesn't make sense, right? So I wasn't the founder of the company, but employee number one, so kind of predated the first 600 employees and predated the company charter by about 7 months. I think the thing that allowed for trust in that particular leap in my career was the pattern recognition, which is a buzzword that I hate in our space, but from the other co-founders that I had already worked with. So 2 out of the 3 co-founders, we had already done something together. We had actually already had an unsuccessful exit together. Don't trust anybody in this space that hasn't failed at something. They are lying to you. And once you know how people react as a wartime CEO and as a wartime founder, when things don't pan out, you really have a great understanding as to who these human beings are. So having gone through that, having right-sized a company, ultimately liquidated all assets, and moved on from those things, we had already been in the trenches together. So the idea that we could take those lessons learned and then push forward into a new space was already something that we had a tremendous amount of comfortability with because we had seen one another at our physical worst. And so diving in to go solve one of the world's harder problems, or at least be a part of that conversation, felt somewhat easy after going through kind of the pain that is losing something that you care for like a child.
And this is really important. I hope you guys just realize you just had a master class in storytelling right here, because he just talked about something not going well and hardly used, or I don't even think I heard at all, the word failure. It's about lessons learned. And so this is really important in our business where there is a lot of failure. Those are really lessons learned. And those are things that you hear in growth-minded and scalable people as they realize you either win or you learn. So what are some of the things that you look for in founders as well that you think, okay, they're going to be able to scale? Because I think for yourself, you're trying to see, can they scale from seed to Series A?
I will answer this question from the perspective of our portfolio and working really closely with founders that are doing very well today. Great. And what they are able to do, and it builds, I think, very well on your answer, is they build trust in their teams and enable autonomy. And so they are almost building themselves out of the business. They're not the ones executing on everything every day. They're not making every decision. They're letting go of some of that so the business, the functionality can scale. And they're good at hiring people. They have diverse networks. They have people who will recruit for them, who want to come work for them, and then they can retain those individuals.
That's right. And so there's quite a few things to tease out, and these were some of the key lessons that I learned really at the scale at Splunk, and then post-Splunk I went to a company called Yext, helped take them public, and then I worked for ForcePoint here locally, and then also GitLab, helped them go through an IPO as well. And some of the things that I saw is when you're scaling a company, and this is, I want to tease this out because I think you both articulated this in one way or another, is every year you have to look at the things that got you here, whether that was the strategies, the tactics, the beliefs, will keep you there. There's so many things that you have to go through that list and say, what do I have to now learn or change to move to the next level? Because you're constantly trying to level up. And when you're truly at scaling companies, and when you see this, it's amazing. When you have companies that are doubling their revenue every single year and it won't stop, if you don't change and evolve as a leader or as a participant in a team or as somebody who is developing a specific set of skills, you'll also get left behind.
And I think to double down on that point and on the previous panel, just a tremendous amount of focus on the talent. Those first 10, 15 employees in the door are going to be tangential to your success for the life of the business, even if those individuals don't make the full run from pre-seed all the way to a much more mature company. You have to be thinking in terms of first off mission, right? When you're starting up and, seed capital is there. Everyone is excited about what it is that you're there to do. As you become more mature, the technical prowess of the individuals that join your team becomes significantly more impactful. So there is this teasing out of, okay, who is the talent here that's benefiting this company for the phase of this organization, and then how do we continue to scale up those individuals, or go find additional members of supplemental talent communities that will allow you to do the things necessary to continue to win at this new level of business. And I think that that's one of the things that gets lost in translation is every year, probably for the first 4 or 5, you are a new company within a company that is doing different things that you didn't have capabilities of the previous year. So if you walk into that with the same team, the same mentality, and the same urgency, you are going to reach headwinds because you are not properly scaled to go meet the new challenges that you're about to face as a larger organization with more scrutiny, more money, and ultimately more capital intensity. So you have to be thinking about that in terms of how you're building your team, but also how you're approaching VCs and LPs, because they have different expectations for you. The $9 million that we raised out of our seed was cute and cuddly. Hugh was actually part and partial to that. We won the South by Southwest pitch competition in 2017. And we effectively got to do whatever we wanted for the next 18 months. The world was just excited to have a 3D printed house in Austin. Fast forward to the $270 million that we raised, and you don't get away with printing one house and walking away and assuming that everything's going to be fine. There's a significant level of skills that you need to amass to match the dollars and the ROI that they're expecting from you. And so you have to be thinking about that in terms of how you're building this company.
There's this great quote that came to mind when both of you guys were talking, and I'm sure I'll butcher it a little bit, but you cannot solve the problems you created with the same mindset that you created them with. You have to change.
That's a bar.
Yeah, it is. And so this is, I think, it's so important to understand that scaling is first and foremost, it's a people game. And a lot of it is mental. A lot of it is I know for myself as a leader in an organization where I scaled from walking in the door, 2 people and contractors, and within 5 years, I'm running a 100-person team. Every year your team is doubling. Is you have to make sure that you're in a mindset to be able to grow and evolve as a leader. Now, one of the things I think that's so important in, for myself, being able to see companies that were unicorns and then going public, I saw a huge difference in the companies, in not saying that the companies weren't customer focused, but there were some that had a customer obsession. Like they were in the term that I know myself and my colleagues use as we're trying to identify these companies is they are outside in leadership, meaning that they lead from what the customer wants, what the customer needs. I'm curious what your experience was at Icon, and then what you're observing as well.
So we were in this really interesting environment where so we were obviously a physical goods organization. We were producing robotic systems in a closed loop, so we were responsible for software, material production, and ultimately robots to deliver housing. Housing is a very emotional thing, quite possibly the most expensive thing most of us will ever purchase. And regardless of what we think about, kind of approaching that with a very math-oriented brain, at the end of the day, that housing purchase is emotional. And because we weren't going to market immediately with the focus of like scaling neighborhoods, we weren't selling homes by the hundreds or the thousands yet, we spent the first 3 years of the organization preparing for how we were going to intimately interact with customers as they were not only buying something emotional, but buying something in an emerging space that didn't necessarily have a proven track record. So we had to know people were going to have significant questions about their mortgage rates, how this house was going to perform long term, and ultimately why they should choose us over all the other housing products that were on the market. And so instead of walking into that when the time came, we utilized focus groups, our media, and our marketing team to sit down and talk to potential customers for years before we ever transacted, so we knew exactly who our addressable market was and how we needed to speak to the customers that were ultimately going to make the leap from fans to individuals that were going to be transacting with us. And so it had to be a focus that was, and I've used this word already once, but it's true, we were maniacally focused on the needs of our customer before we ever got there.
And this is one of the secrets, right? So we're giving away all the secrets here. I hope, did you charge anybody? No, okay, get the money on the way out. No, but The secret here is that, and one of the things that I love that you teased out is if you're able to close that loop and get a very tight loop between the product that you're pushing out, the changes that you're making to your product, and how your customers are utilizing those, the tighter that you can get that loop, the better you're going to be at scaling. The distance that you have from the customer, the longer that loop is, the harder it is to evolve and change.
Yeah, and what I see from an investor perspective, looking at lots of companies, a lot of the founders who are able to communicate that problem really well to investors and then solve it in a very intimate way have been the user before. And it's different sometimes, like when you are building 3D printed houses and no one's lived in one. But you've been a homeowner and you can empathize with the pain of buying a house or the emotions that go along with it. And so I think it comes down to an empathy-driven approach to entrepreneurship. And we across our portfolio track impact, and what we see is that the founders with a really true impact mission, not necessarily like we're not doing this to make money, but we're doing this because we know it makes the life of our end user better. When that is core to how they're thinking about building their business, they're coming back to the customer again and again and again, not just someone is buying our product and this is the end of us solving the problem.
Right. When you go beyond, and I remember this was something that was very focused when I was at Splunk, was creating this log management tool for these people managing network operations and saying, we want you to be able to go home early. We want you to be able to go spend time with your family. Right? When you think about that, you're trying to solve a problem, but you're trying to provide this very meaningful, substantial result to a customer. That's really, when you think about that translation, that's what makes your product more than a product. And that's what makes your customers then become your evangelists. And that leads to scale.
I think one of the most impressive tools that this incredibly technical organization ever built was a home user guide, which sounds really silly and like overly simplistic. But when you introduce new wall systems and things that people have never had to like go to Home Depot and try to figure out, like, how do I hang a TV on a 3D printed wall that's like made out of all of these different materials? It's like we just answered those questions for people and like neatly packaged that together. So when they arrived at their home, they felt some level of comfortability about these things that were going to come up. And the fact that we had taken the care to address them before they became issues actually ended up being one of like the bigger selling points, which is crazy to think that the median home price in Austin, Texas right now, I think is hovering somewhere around, I think it was $475,000 last month. I think it's up to like $520,000. And the most impactful thing that we built in one of these homes is like a guide that probably cost us $45 to put together. So when you talk about like what are your consumer needs and like how do you deliver that uncommon experience that differentiates you in the marketplace, a lot of times like I think we get so focused on the lofty dollar amounts and like we've got to do all this and glitz and glam, and it's like, no, like put yourself in your consumer's shoes and ask yourself what's missing from that experience. The other thing that we really tried to focus on was instead of having to deal directly with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, like how do we take the mortgage lending process and make that something that's less excruciating? We can't solve it, right? That's not our area of expertise, but we can introduce you to lenders and like start to tease out the different aspects of the customer journey that are pain points and start to make them wins for the organization. And those are things that you can do at times for no dollars. And so you talk about like the role of the responsibility of your CEO is to make sure that you've got a war chest during lean times. It doesn't take much more from your creative teams, from the individuals on your team, to start thinking about your problems in terms of what's the customer experiencing right now, and then deliver them things that are wins, even if they don't necessarily constitute larger price tags.
So we've talked about scaling. Scaling is about mindset, growing every year. We've also talked about being very customer focused, outside in leadership. We want to now sort of articulate there are some challenges. When you're scaling, growth, just like when you go to the gym and you work out, the next day, you're sore. Growth comes with challenges. It comes with some type of pain. And so I think one of the challenges that I saw, and you sort of hinted at this a little bit earlier, Dimitri, but as you grow and scale, some people are going to opt out for what the company is becoming as the company grows and scales every year. And there are some people that are self-aware enough to realize, oh, my skill set is I want to get you from seed to A, and then I'm good. And it's mature. But it's important to understand that as the team is growing in growth in and of itself, when you get to that point where you are going to have your team push to its limits, then you're going to get more funding, more revenue, being able to hire more people. Making sure that you are managing proactively the people can prevent challenges, and if you don't do it, that can provide some headwinds. I'm curious what your perspective. Oh, your chief. I know. I stepped in your sweet zone. He said softball for Dimitri was on the notes here. So yeah.
No, I mean, I think it goes so well to one of the earlier questions about evolving the mindset, and that it has to trickle down to the culture of the company. And like, as a leader, are you encouraging people to upskill? Are you mentoring, providing opportunities for growth? But also, yeah, the person who will get you from A to B won't always be the person to get you from B to C and beyond. It's different skill sets, and I think we can love, at an early stage, there's so much love and like familialness to teams that it can make it really difficult and emotional to know when to let go. But your service as the CEO of the company is to the health of the company. And so I am like, these are not decisions I've had to make, but they are difficult decisions, and I feel for the people who do. But I think in the end, if you wait too long, the friction gets really painful. I've seen it get hard. So I think we have to approach those conversations with empathy as well. Yeah.
I'm going to answer this question in a couple different parts because I served as a chief people officer. So over on the human resources side, you're going to get that hat. Then you're going to get kind of the senior executive view and like what teams deserve from you in senior leadership. And then there was a conversation that took place on the previous panel that I want to make sure that I'm addressing as well. So from the human resources standpoint, and I love what Anita said about this, like there's a lot of accordion effects, specifically in deep tech and emerging technology. You get a bunch of money, you get a whole bunch of talent in, you're really excited about the talent community you have. You either leverage all of that talent or you don't, or you scale up to their skill set or you don't. And then you have this tough decision to make about whether or not this group is the group to take you from A to B, B to C, wherever we're at in the journey. And what the employee base deserves from you as an organization is the same level of treatment that they got when you were recruiting them to come into your organization. I'll say that slightly differently. They were human beings when they arrived with a skill set, and they deserve to exit your company as human beings with as much dignity as they had before they got there. And I think that there is a misrepresentation of how this has taken place largely in technology that I think is not holistically representative of leaders within those companies. I don't believe that it's fair for anybody to get fired on a Friday or learn, and with 500 other employees in an email, nor do I think it's like fair or just or right to like decommission someone's cat card and they found out that they lost their job because the door wouldn't open. I think there are ways to treat people as human beings, whether or not they are entering your organization or exiting it. That said, those decisions are wholly incumbent on the senior executive team, and they will happen. As you scale and as you're growing, Icon is a fantastic example. We were deep into the development and the software side of our business. You can get a lot done with a very few group of people. So we were able to, for the first year and a half, I think there was like 15 to 20 people on the dev team. As we continued to scale up to deliver more and more housing units, that team got tremendous. But the operational side of the business stayed relatively the same because their work was on a cadence. And so as we kind of got lopsided as an organization based on the needs of the business, we eventually reached this impasse where we had more coders than we needed and we didn't have enough operational team members. So you have to shift. Now, we weren't in a position where you can reclassify skill sets. Somebody who writes dev isn't going to like go out to the field and start building houses. It doesn't work that way. So you have to figure out a way to lead with the truth. Hey, this is the problem that our company is facing at this moment, and this is what it may mean for you as a leader, as a department head, as an individual or a frontline IC, and then this is how we're going to solve this problem. And as much lead time as you can afford your team without causing tremendous undulations inside of your business is what you owe them. I think the last thing that I want to say about this is when we talk about scaling up or scaling down in talent communities, your reputation matters tremendously as an employer and as a founder. We live in a city, when I moved to Austin, all those years ago in 2005, there was 225,000 people that lived in the greater Austin metro. There's about 1.1 million people that live in the corridor, so the 19 miles top to bottom that encapsulates Austin, and another about 750,000 that are in the surrounding area. Round Rock, Kyle, Grapevine, etc. That's approximately 2.2 million people. There's 11 million people in Mexico City. If you fired somebody or a whole tranche of individuals and you didn't treat them well, you're likely to never see them again. But if you treat people poorly in a small ecosystem, especially in deep tech, especially in VC, that reputation is going to precede you. I say this all the time. It's a piece of advice that I got, but it rings true every time. People don't quit companies. They quit bad leadership. And if bad leadership stays here and that reputation gets around, your ability to continue to recruit at a high level in this community will get harder and harder every time out. So just remember that. You can't solve all those problems with dollars, and you can't solve it all with pizza parties on Friday afternoons. You have to treat people with respect. That's all I have to say.
That was a lot right there. That was gold. That was gold. That was amazing. I don't know. How are we doing on? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Well, let's actually go to Q&A right now. Do we have some Kwame? You're the consistent. I'm gonna run out there. Come on, Kwame.
Thanks so much, Christopher. Happy to get you working. Quick question that I had for the panel, and also thank you. I really appreciate the breadth of both wisdom and anecdotal learnings, but I wanted to double-click on some of them that I thought would be rather meaningful for some of the founders in the room, especially with respect to both the topic and, quite frankly, where we are in the state of venture. So a topic that kept coming up was like the wartime CEO. I'd like for both of you to clearly define what that means, and then from there, I'd like for you to either provide anecdotal learnings that you saw from companies within your portfolios or that you potentially observed from seeing some of the companies that you've been involved with that were key factors into their evolution from a scarcity mindset into a growth mindset.
So in my mind, a wartime CEO is someone that's entered into an austere environment regardless of the external factors, right? The natural vicissitudes of the market are such that this is where we are, right? VC is drying up. We're about to approach a landscape that's got, an impending cycle of change as far as senior executive leadership in the country. Near-peer offshore war is impendent on multiple different theaters. And so both anecdotally and quite frankly, literally, we are in wartime, right? And so when you think about what it's required of a CEO to not only, again, remain capitalized, but also to right-size the organization for the headwinds that you know you will face, that, in my mind, that's what that requires. Not only anecdotally, but quite seriously, we were faced with unprecedented challenges. This will end up being a coffee table book one day, but in 2016 we were building 17 we were building the world's first 3D printed neighborhood in Nacajuca, Mexico. You had a rising, impending governmental shift between the United States and Mexico, so getting parts and materials into Mexico was damn near impossible, excuse my language, group. Right after that, we had Zika virus. Right after that, we had a 100-year flood. Right after that, we had COVID. Right after that, we had the economic downturn that we're in right now. Every single year, we were faced with something that would have made a lot of teams and groups pack up and say, now's not the moment. But it really required of our foundational team the opportunity to say, hey, this is what we're facing. Do we want to quit in a very open and honest way, or do we want to continue to push? And in every opportunity that we decided to continue to push, it meant something significant for the organization. I think COVID's a really great one. So we were chasing a government contract. We weren't yet seen as essential work. And none of the other near-peer competitors, based on where they were built, one was in Russia, one was in the nation state of China, were not able to chase US-based government contracts. We weren't yet staffed for that, but we saw a unique opportunity to go get what we needed to win a contract that would keep us in business and increase lead time for another 24 to 36 months. Capital intensive at first, but won the grant and ultimately won work that kept us operational during the entirety of COVID. And then after that, it led to a $40 million impact grant that we were able to get because other companies were looking around and said, who can deliver this technology in this environment? We were the only ones that could raise our hand. So that decision to spend money up front, to not shift, but to tweak the direction of the organization to keep us operational that lived and died with our CEO, said that this is something that we need to do, kept us in the fight and kept us capitalized in a way that allowed for the business to be successful today, and likely would not have happened had we decided to do the safer thing, which was like send everybody home and wait it out. We wouldn't have won. And so that, in my mind, that is like part and parcel to what a wartime CEO is responsible for doing. And it takes a tremendous amount of foresight and trust in your belief in your mission. Did I answer? That's part of your question. What was the?
Yeah, let's finish answering that, because I mean I had an experience too. I know, especially I know with Splunk, and then I also saw Sid Sabrandage when we were taking GitLab was going into the pandemic, and we were going to go through an IPO. But I think in both times, like what the definition of a wartime CEO is somebody who sees headwinds, who sees the storm coming, and turns around and builds the trust of the team and says, we're heading in this direction, and let's go. And really gets that buy-in and gets everybody moving in that direction. And I think it takes somebody who is incredibly self-aware, somebody who has been through whatever experience that may be. It may be a CEO experience or other, but who's been through some level of stress inoculation. Because the great ones are cool under pressure. Everything is happening around them. But I've seen this, that people who go through those types of experiences, the people that were part of the leadership team at Splunk are now taking companies and getting ready to take them public, because they have been through that, and they've been through the different ups and downs of different economic cycles. So that's sort of how I define the wartime CEO.
Dimitri, what I'm hearing for you is so similar to what the previous panel was talking about around like creative financing, extending runway. And I think from a macro level, that's what we're seeing too. There's just a much larger emphasis on profitability, cash conservation, and keeping your runway long, which is a different priority set than the previous market where it was growth at all costs. And so it is a shift in mindset that trickles down to the whole team. It's no longer about how much money can we spend to grow as quickly as possible, but how do we build a company that even if we can't raise capital, will survive throughout these difficult times.
No problem. The second half is outside of defining what is a wartime CEO. What are some of the qualities which actually in your answers you kind of did answer that you noticed or that made them that type of wartime CEO, as well as how do they evolve from the scarcity mindset into the growth mindset once they left the bear market and went into the bull?
I think to answer your question maybe briefly, it's so much about that preparation, right? It's not like, oh shit, the market sucks. What am I going to do now? It's seeing the signals and then, having a backup plan. The companies that we're seeing really struggle now, especially from a fintech perspective, have spent so much capital acquiring customers. They didn't see the future. It doesn't seem like they saw the future where capital wouldn't be as abundant. Whereas the founders who are maybe adjusting better already had that kind of sustainable growth in mind before the world started falling apart.
Yeah, I would actually say, though, Kwame, that real wartime CEOs are always in an abundance mindset. What they're seeing,
I love it.
Exactly. Come on, man. We're speaking the same language. But what they just see is different constraints on the system. But they're still, the thing is the great leaders that have worked for, you're all in on the mission. And again, the mission is not about self. It's about serving. It's about, okay, yeah, there's all this stuff that's happening around us, but can we help them go home earlier? Can we actually provide them a better product so that they can navigate this storm? And that's one of the things that I saw is they didn't make it about us. The other thing is that they also made sure that we were aware that it was going to be hard. Like, okay, we're trying to get to mile 3 of the marathon. We're just picking up pace. But when we get through this storm, we still got a long ways to go. But we're all in this together.
Yeah, an assumption that your product can be supported in whatever environment you're walking into is one of those things that just has to be there. We talk about this, and I don't want to say this tongue-in-cheek because there's a lot going on in the world, but this was literally something that we said to each other quite often. It's like, never waste a crisis. Like, in crisis times, there are a lot of people on the verge of packing it in and going home, and maybe this is that military mindset. But for us, it was like, good, this is going to get the jokers out of the deck. 50% of the market's about to quit. Guess what? We just moved up the line. If we can find a way to get to the next step, the next module, the next hire, the next opportunity, we will win. And it doesn't always work out that way, but the core belief that you can get yourself there regardless of the austere environment is one thing that I think is present in not just the CEO, but the leadership teams that are built in each one of those environments. You asked for an anecdote. I was standing on the slab in Nacuca, Mexico on day 17 of the printer not working because we couldn't get parts into the country. And that was my day that I was throwing in the towel. I was going to ring the bell. I was done. Wasn't going to work out. I'm going to go find another job. I'm getting ready to make the call to my wife. I'm finished. And that's when, our senior developer walks over, puts his arm around me. He's like, you need to go back to the hotel, get a beat. And the next day was our CTO's day to ring the bell. And he was done. And he was packing it in. And this isn't going to work. And I'm just going to go find another job. And our CEO came and put his arm around him and ushered him off. And it's not about whether or not you can or can't. It's, do you have the infrastructure around you to keep you going when it looks like you shouldn't? And our ability to continue to push forward at just about every one of those moments where we were at an impasse, where we zigged when we could have zagged, and it worked out. We're 18 years into being overnight successes, right? Like, the company is a couple $1 billion now when the first 200 phone calls we took were no's, right? We look like geniuses today, but there was a lot of people that were like, this isn't going to work out. I think you should focus on something else. I can't really see this fitting into our thesis. I'm not really sure how this is going to work. And so retroactively, the story is going to be told that you did everything right. But the truth of the matter is, did you have what it takes to keep going when nothing was working? And I think the ability to build teams that have that level of dexterity that can keep you going when it doesn't make sense is what the differentiator is between good companies and great companies, and ultimately companies that go on to be unicorns or decacorns, in my personal opinion.
That answer your question, Kwame? Whew. All right, who else has a question? Because we got answers. You can see, man, we got answers. We'll start making up questions if we need to. No.
People are like, traffic's about to come. I got to get up out of here.
How are we doing on time, Anita? Oh, 1 minute. Anybody? Last call.
It's not a question that got asked, but I will just throw this out there. One of the things that I think was really core to our ability to find the right people early on, yes, there's tremendous amounts of talent community and use your network, and all the things that were said today were true. What we would do, and this sounds stupid and kitschy, but I swear by it, is we gave all potential incoming recruits a reading list, a pretty hefty reading list of things that we wanted them to be knowledgeable of before they walked into our building. And it was a multitude of different things, but everything from, and this one's newly added, but Unreasonable Hospitality by Will Gallardo, things like Measure What Matters. Like, we gave them a highly technical list of things to read, not just because we wanted to see if they would do the homework, but we felt deeply that the knowledge base in those books were going to be utilized in a baseline of communication that was going to be necessary to find success early on. And the people that did the work almost unanimously made the journey, and the ones that didn't do the work washed out of the organization. And I'm not just saying that, that's not an anecdote. And Fast Company wrote an article about us as being the #1 most diverse company in the country after 3 years of operation, and our retention rate was hovering about 88%. And early stage tech companies, you all know, that does not exist. People don't stay. They find another job that's willing to pay them more money, and they get up out of the door. And so it was about finding some universality in not just the way we spoke to one another, but the core belief in the things that were important to us to do when there was free time. And I think that that's something that you should all find a way to implement into your hiring strategy if you can. And I have nothing left to say to you people.
Well, and that's it. Thanks so much, panel. Appreciate you.
I promise we have one final closing keynote. Okay, all right. We actually have gifts for everybody who stayed because It's been a long day, but we truly appreciate you guys. I'm going to introduce you to my slide person is over there. Okay, Roger, I thought I had your bio. I do not. So this is Roger Chen with Silverton Partners. We're going to talk about lessons from a VC with more than $900 million in AUM to date. That's a big number. Welcome to the stage. Oh, thank you. What's it? Oh, aha. See? Shadi. She's so awesome. Okay. Although I cannot read it. It's so small. So you're going to have to tell everybody who you are and what you do at Silverton Partners and why you're so awesome. Yeah, press the button. There you go. Screen.
Testing. So I am filling in with for my colleague Morgan Flager. My name is Roger Chen. I am one of the 4 partners at Silverton Partners. I'll tell you a bit about Silverton. I can give some background on myself, and then hopefully we can make this interactive, engaging conversation. There were some actually really good questions from the earlier panels that I wouldn't mind jumping on the back of as well. So Silverton, as you may or may not know, is an Austin-based VC fund. We are the longest-running now institutional VC firm in the state of Texas. Silverton was founded about 19 years ago, and we are investing out of our 7th fund. We closed that fund in middle of last year, and we're just scratching the surface of investing out of that. That is $250 million focused mostly on Austin, and with the primary strategy of leading seed and Series A rounds of financing. We also happen to be the most active lead investor out of Texas. I can share more about that as well. So my role as one of the partners is a responsibility for, we kind of share responsibility for the full life cycle of investing. Everything from the sourcing, to the diligence, to the actual investment, and then really the real work takes place post-investment, where we play a pretty hands-on role through the life of these businesses. Our MO is kind of, get involved, lead these rounds, take a board seat, and stay involved through the life of the company, which a lot of early stage investing, especially on the coasts, I think have gotten away from. And so what you see often with seed stage funds now is slightly different strategy, maybe a little more diversified from a investment count perspective, maybe a little more wider in terms of the net that you cast. And there's sound theory behind that. We've taken a deliberate approach to go high conviction, high concentration. And so when we invest, we're only making a handful of investments. They're all lead investments, and that allows us to play a much more hands-on role and get to roll up our sleeves with the founders. So I joined about coming up on 7 years ago. I moved here from New York. I was previously with another VC firm out there. I got my MBA at Wharton. I started my career on the technical side, so I a long time ago was a PM for Google Maps and Chrome in Mountain View. My undergrad was math and computer science, and so I was kind of a technical guy, Bay Area, New York, settled in Austin now, and I love it. I moved to the dark side about 10 years ago. So that's it in a nutshell. Is that anything I missed with the intro?
No, that's good. So let's talk about investing and you talked about a little bit, but what type of companies? If you've got the folks with the blue lanyards, they're all founders. So can you just share what types of companies you invest in?
Sure.
And why?
Yeah. So Silverton, unlike many other fund managers, we are very much opportunistic, and so you kind of have to be if you're a reflection of the Austin ecosystem. And so we are, because we get deep and hands-on with the companies we get involved with, we do get deep into these companies we invest in and understand them inside and out before we make an investment. But we have a very open mind to evaluating everything that comes through our door. And so to give you an example of that, we're investing in D2C e-commerce startups, right? So a company I was involved with is a women's razor business called Billy, and they primarily sell through e-com, and then they, in later years they got into retail. Everything from that to tech-enabled services. So we've got a number of companies that are software-enabled, but their primary, business models are services. Sometimes local services, sometimes online services. And then, we have, I would say maybe 40-50% of the portfolio that's more classic B2B software. So it's a pretty good mix, everything from consumer to B2B, from SMB to enterprise, marketplace models, e-com, and really what we want to be is a reflection of the startup success in this region.
Speaking of that, that was my next question. Why did you guys choose to focus primarily on Texas and Austin?
That's a good question. I mean, the firm started here, and there's a long kind of venture history to Austin that I'm not the best qualified to kind of walk through because I'm not a native, but for a bunch of reasons, I think there has been a lot of capital coalescing around this market. It's part of the reason I moved down here when I did 7 years ago to be part of that and to ride that wave. And honestly, so when a quick story is when I was interviewing with the firm, I had never heard of Silverton before. I had never heard of any of their portfolio companies before. And so I was like highly skeptical about, hey, leaving New York, moving to Austin, which, by the way, I had never been to Texas before. So I knew no one personally or professionally. And ultimately, I made a decision that was purely economic from my point of view. It was really digging into, okay, what is this firm, what is this market doing differently that I'm not seeing elsewhere that has led to some of the success that this firm and others have already had in Austin, even though I had never heard of anything coming out of Austin. There isn't a ton of tech press here, or there wasn't back then, and so a lot of the success stories just weren't getting shared. And a lot of the economic success of funds and founders, I think was under the radar. And so once I learned about all that, I saw an opportunity. And it's, the rest is history.
When I was doing a little research, Austin is actually, I didn't know last year, it was number 4 out of funding in the country, which is really incredible because you've got Silicon, Valley, where I think the numbers are just extraordinary. But part of the funding that was raised and the $5 billion plus that was raised last year, Silverton Partners was a big part of that. You guys have, really led the way in funding. And can you talk about why do you think you guys have had so much success in raising $250 million? It's that's not a bad raise.
Well, for us, I think we had the benefit from early days of having institutional LPs. And for those in the audience, this is pension funds, endowments, health systems, larger LPs, different from high net worth family offices. And so when you have institutional LPs, oftentimes they can make multi-year commitments, or multi-fund commitments rather, right? So then we're talking about spanning decades of time. And they also are entering into these relationships understanding what this fund game is about, right? There's a cyclical flow to how the returns of venture funds, work. And so, you get the benefit of the doubt, for instance, in times of like we're in now, where things are really challenged, because they already understand that going in, and they're making a bet on, this set of managers over the long term, over multiple funds. And so I think we had the benefit of, that being Fund 7 and being able to successfully return a lot of capital to those folks in earlier funds. And so even in, more difficult times like we were in and still are, in, we were able to raise that fund to continue the mission. And so I think it's just track record and then the strong trust we have with these institutional LPs.
We talked a lot about raising in a downturn, and obviously raising $250 million. I'm going to keep talking about it, but how have you guys seen the downturn? Have you been affected by that? And if so, how have you seen LPs, change their thought process on investing?
Yeah. So let's see. There's a lot to unpack with that. I guess this goes back to a good question. I think the gentleman in the orange had asked earlier about what has changed in the market. The economy seems to have not totally crashed. So why is no one investing? What's going on? And I think that has to do with a lot of the LP sentiment. I mean, in my opinion, it begins with the Fed, and interest rates are up. There's, of course, global uncertainty, but the shift from quantitative easing to quantitative tightening, that has a lot to do with where the state of the public markets are. The later stage venture investors, the private equity investors, are taking cues from the public market. So if there's no IPOs happening, then they're taking a look at, slowing down their investment pace because there's no exit for them in the 2-3 year time period. And then it just trickles down from there. And so the good news, I think, and maybe to be a bit of the optimist, is that the early stage is the least impacted by that. And so if you're a founder team, you have fantastic idea, you have a reason for being there, and you're able to raise this capital. If anything, right now there's an abundance of more than there were a few years ago, an abundance of great candidates to hire. So the capital that you're able to raise, I think because of a return to more of a lean thinking and more of a missionary versus mercenary kind of hiring perspective, I think you are able to get more out of your money at that early stage. The general round sizes, haven't changed a whole lot. So if you're able to raise those seed rounds, in most cases, you have effectively more resources to put to work, and couple that with your competition, which may have been in market for longer than you, may have been better capitalized than you, a couple of years ago. If they're in that later stage fundraising space, they're going to feel the challenge of that, maybe more than you would. And so I do think it's a really good time to start a company, to raise seed rounds. And for us, I would say we're on pace in a similar, at a similar speed to previous years. In fact, the last couple of months, I think we've gotten even faster in deploying capital than we have been even in the best years. And so in the last 2 months, including deals we have in the process of closing now, I think we've closed 6 investments where we were the lead investor. We took a board seat. We're gonna really work with these companies. And so we're open for business, and I think that's our position in the market. Now, every fund is going to have a different perspective as far as the pacing that they have. They're going to set out for themselves, the degree of difficulty they may feel about raising their next fund. Therefore, maybe I need to stretch out my investment period for my current fund. Therefore, that's going to impact how many new investments I can make this year or what I can reserve for my existing investments. But for us, I think we're a little privileged in that we have that track record, we have a new fund, and so we can take advantage of the opportunity.
Let's talk about advice to founders. What advice would you give founders on approaching VCs and companies like Silverton?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. So everyone on my team lives in Austin, and we do a lot to try and support the Austin ecosystem. And so if you find your way to one of us, you'll probably, and you're a founder, and you're working on something interesting, and there might be a potential fit or alignment with us in the future. We do a lot of community hosting, community organizing events, educational events. We have a number of things. I think in Austin, one of the complaints that folks have when they move here from San Francisco or New York is that there's not enough of that community to get plugged into. And I came from New York, and I spent time in the Bay Area, and it's true. But they are out there. You just have to get plugged into some of these more curated communities. And it's not always obvious in Austin when it comes to those curated communities. And I won't speak too much on that, but we do a lot of fun stuff, where you can get to know other founders, and you can get to know the partners at Silverton, in downtown. Our office is a few blocks from here, and we've got like this old historic house, and we like to use that space for events that we host that we'll pay for, and so that's probably the best way to get to know us just at the highest level socially, because I do think that the type of investing we do requires a lot of relationship building, and the more we can do of that and the more trust we can build, the more rapport we can build with you prior to when you actually need to raise money, the better. It's a rare thing for us to meet a founder and then within a week of meeting them, issue them a term sheet just because their process is coming to a close. Because of the way we invest, because we're signing up for the next 10 years or more of working together, it's important for me that we have that trust, we have that rapport, and I'm not taking a bet on that element of it, given everything else is already so risky in the business.
AI is really big right now. I'm not sure if any entrepreneurs have AI companies. Okay. So how do you guys see the AI landscape? Because, when you look at you Google, what's the next big thing for companies, and AI is usually one of those things. So what do you think is the next big thing for entrepreneurs and companies that will get funding or possibly get funding?
Yeah. So because we're not overly thesis or theme driven, I can certainly answer that, and I have my opinions, but we don't have formal, sector focuses when it comes to that stuff. I think some element of some element of AI seems to be table stakes for B2B software right now, and some of that is going to be branding, some of that is going to be peripheral. But if you have two identical products going through a procurement process, and one of them has an AI virtual assistant and the other doesn't, you might get some extra points for that, and that informs everything else, your sales efficiency and the perception of the market. But even for a fund like ours, you mentioned $250 million. That isn't quite big enough to actually back like foundational models, right? And so for companies, and I think that's part of the reason why those types of companies, you're not going to find a ton of them in Austin. You're going to find more application layer technologies that are able to take advantage of what OpenAI and others are building. And so we're not deliberately going after AI, but there's a touch of AI in pretty much all the B2B stuff that we're doing now. And then, beyond that, I would say we invest in Austin, but we also I would describe us as geo-agnostic. And what I mean by that is we'll reserve a third of the fund to invest across the U.S. Okay. And I think that gives us a superpower because it allows us to map what we're seeing in Austin or in Texas against what the best and the latest cutting edge stuff is. And so we're not looking to invest in the best healthcare AI company that is in Austin. We're looking to invest in the best healthcare AI company that happens to be in Austin, and we're going to get to that insight by talking to everyone. right? And I think that's one of the things, also we can give back to the entrepreneur locally is, hey, this is everything we're seeing around the U.S., and this is how you stack up, and here's where you can, improve on certain elements of your workflow or best practices and whatnot. So we're taking a kind of best of breed, practices view nationally, and then we're trying to bring that to Austin.
I mentioned earlier that you have, to date, about 900 million AUM. So congratulations. That means that you guys have definitely had some unicorns. And we talked about unicorns in the prior conversation. What lessons have you guys learned in spotting those unicorns that could be out there? Because everybody wants to know.
Well, when we initially invest, we don't necessarily think to look for, potential unicorns. And I think our, although that is different than what you'll find with some other seed funds, to be clear. So typical seed fund strategy is, 50 to 100 companies per fund. 60 of them will go to zero. 40 of them, maybe I'll get my money back. Maybe I'll get, 5% of my investments can be outliers, and if I'm really lucky, maybe I'll get one, max two, unicorn per fund. And I may not get one in every fund, so hopefully I'll at least get one across, a few funds. And we kind of take the opposite approach, right? Because we're so concentrated, it's not that we're avoiding companies with that high growth potential. It's more that we have to have, I think, a higher conviction on any one deal that they can build a real business, a sustainable business, and get to market in a scalable way. But it isn't unicorn or bust. I think that's the key thing. If you're taking the other approach and you're not one of the few that is obviously on this unicorn track, it's not economic for me to pick up your phone call 2 years later when you have problems, because I've got 80 other companies and I'm trying to figure out which one's going to be this one unicorn. And so for us, having unicorns in our portfolio is a really happy, coincidence and consequence of what we do, but it's not the only thing we do. And I think, taking that approach also does right by our founders, because very early on in the company's life, as we're learning more from the market, we can work with the companies to find what is the best outcome for every company. And it's unicorn or bust is rarely the right path that serves all stakeholders. But I know I gave you a complete non-answer for the last 5 minutes. I would say a common trait of, in hindsight, unicorn founders is, to be honest, an ability to raise a lot of money, because that's what it takes to, to get a company to that level. Especially if, you expect as a founder to last through that entire journey. Or, maybe at some point you'd have to bring someone in with that skill set, with that network. Because getting to unicorn status, for the most part, is not a capital efficient exercise. It's, you prove milestones, you set aggressive targets in order to attract capital at high valuations. You achieve those targets, and so don't want to discount all of the execution and all of the difficulty at each of these steps. But then every time you get that next unlock, you have to go and raise even more aggressively. And I think the market today has shifted away from that mentality. In 2020, 2021, there was this kind of meme in our industry of triple, 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 double, double. Has anyone heard of this before? Because it's kind of an unhealthy way to think about things, but this is the way everyone was thinking about things, which was, okay, you raise your seed round to get to $1 million ARR or whatever, right? The next 3 years, you triple your revenue. The next 2 years, you double your revenue. So triple, 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 double, double. By the end of 5 years, you have 100 million. It's a little more than that, but about 100 million of revenue. A slap on a 10 times valuation. You're a unicorn, and then you get to go public. This was like the zero interest rate thinking, right? So the capital is cheap. You can throw money at the thing. And so everyone, let's just jump on this triple, 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 double, double. And this is how we IPO things. And the reality is, even the first, but by the second or third triple, I mean, this is like everything's breaking at the seams, at this rate of speed. The speed at which you can actually hire into a company and all that is like, it's nearly impossible. And then when you look at the data of IPOs, it's like 1 in 100 IPOs achieved this triple, 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 double, double. So I bring that back to today, and the healthier place we're at is the expectations are not that. And I think that's good for the founder because you don't have to sell something or pursue something that's very unreasonable. And then it also is a consideration for the investors because now we're thinking about underwriting a little differently. It's not growth at all costs, and efficiency, starts to play a very real part of that. And so, here's the reality: the majority of the unicorns. I don't love to focus on that name because the majority of the unicorns from 2 years ago are not unicorns today, whether they have been officially stamped in that way or not, just because of not purely on the basis of multiples coming down. That's the case, and then the slowing demand, I think in B2B and consumer markets is a contributor as well.
I think I'll open it up to questions. This is your opportunity to ask.
And I'm an open book, maybe to my detriment. So ask away. I'll be as transparent as I can be.
So, you mentioned similarities between the founders of the unicorns.
Yeah.
I'm curious how much of their ability to raise a lot of money has to do with their personality or their ability to pitch versus a network.
Yeah. I simplified that a lot, right? And I'm generalizing, of course. So take it all, all caveats apply. There was someone else on an earlier panel that talked about they want the CEO to be good at sales, right? And I would flip that a little bit. I'd say, someone on the founding team needs to be a natural salesperson. And that affects fundraising because that's really what it is. It's like having enough EQ and sensitivity to knowing what folks want and telling them what they want to hear, and then also being able to run your organization against that. But the salesmanship element applies to fundraising, in my opinion, quite a bit, as much as it applies to selling customers, selling partners, selling employees, company stock. Someone needs to be really good at selling, and so I think it's a trait that is you kind of see across all of those dimensions. If you're really good at hiring as a founder, you're probably really good at fundraising as well. The network component is an interesting one. I think it's easier now than certainly it was when I started in venture to get access to folks, to get in the room with folks. The trick is to prepare yourself for those conversations so that you don't squander the opportunity. And so to the extent you can talk to the more junior VCs before you actually are, doing the formal thing, or you are talking to other founders that have raised, or if you read the books or you read the blog posts, social media, so at least the lingo, at least the expectations. There's a high bar, I think, to begin those conversations that put you in a place for success. So network is one thing, but I think it's the preparation and knowing what this venture game is really about. That's key, and that I think is missing more than network.
Thanks so much, Anita. Kwame Bowler, co-founder, CEO of Spritz. We're vertical SaaS for cleaning companies. But the question that I actually wanted to ask you today was more directed towards Silverton, and it's something that was astutely mentioned by one of the other panels, which, with respect to the fact that the main community in Target was primarily people coming from underrepresented communities and initiating different forms of diversity,
This is a two-parter. First off, what is Silverton specifically doing objectively to differentiate themselves in the market and remove some of those biases and introduce more opportunity from a sense of trying to introduce more diversity within its cap table? And then second, within a staffing proportion, I happen to know some of the Silverton team members, and I think actually I believe I forget her name, but it ends with a C. She had talked about the instance to where Chelsea, yes, that the vast majority of funds very rarely have not just gender parity, but also ethnic parity, in the sense to where they don't have, like they lack it. And at times, those that are in positions aren't usually in the position of partner. What is Silverton's position on this or take on this, especially with respect to its current makeup? And what are you aiming to do in the future, if at all, to change this?
So this is it's a two-parter. I guess the first question, second question is what we're doing to change it. First question is something about like cap tables and our existing companies. So team and then our investments, right?
It can be a little bit more succinct. Like, what is Silverton doing currently to differentiate themselves? Meaning, like, what are you now doing on the cap table stake to make more diverse investments? Then internally within your organization and team, what are you doing in order to ensure that you're introducing more diverse opportunities at the partnership level, if at all?
Yeah. So when it comes to investments, we ran these stats. So we have annual meetings, for our LPs, and this is one of the things that they care about, and increasingly. And so for us, increasingly, just from a duty to our LPs, this is top of mind as well. Beyond just, I look at our team page and I see the optics. So the portfolio side, I think we've done an okay job since I've joined in bringing in more diversity. And when I say okay, I'm not saying good, I'm not saying great, but we have made deliberate steps to make progress. And so the fund I joined, for example, I joined 7 years ago. I've been part of 2 fund life cycles, and then we've just closed the new fund, right? And so for the fund that I joined at the very start of, that's Fund 5 for us. I think ultimately in that fund, we had something like 40% plus female founders, and then for founders of color, it was a lower number, but it's certainly higher than the industry stats, which in my view don't say a whole lot because the industry stats are so poor. I think part of the reason why we were able to achieve higher diversity stats than average is tied to the fact that we're so open-minded about the types of companies that come in the door, right? So if we were to only be sector-focused on enterprise software, if you just think about the existing enterprise software companies out there and the leadership there, and if folks are leaving to start new companies, like that's a pretty already biased group that you're starting to work with. I think when we said, hey, we're going to invest in D2C e-com because this is becoming a really big area for Austin, and look, the founders who are starting e-commerce companies don't have the same backgrounds, don't have the same experience as those that are coming from B2B software. I mean, I know this is kind of a small example, but even that for us is like, okay, we need to recalibrate a little bit of our thinking, because people talk about pattern matching or people talk about investing in what in their existing networks or whatever. We started with a zero network in that case, in that space. And it turns out that there's just, in that category, a lot more female founders and diverse founders. And I'm using that as an example to say that was a deliberate way where we could serve our business goals and our LPs and our goals to build up Austin that also opened the door to us to invest in more female and diverse founders. And beyond that, we do actually a number of community things. Just to bring it back to a point I made earlier, like one of the recurring events we do at Silverton is female and diverse office hours and kind of private pitch sessions, where it is kind of a different channel than what it would typically be if you reached out to an associate and kind of worked your way through the process, where we have these sessions that are, you have all of the partners of Silverton in the room, and this is dedicated time to a certain audience in Austin. And so we've done things like that as well. Now on the team side, I think there's, again, also a lot of thinking and deliberate effort, but it hasn't yet resulted in something I'm fully happy with. So to be totally transparent, it's active conversations, and they happen at discrete points in time. It's usually like we're not really hiring or mixing up our budget in between fundraises. And so at the point of a fundraise, that's like, okay, well now what do we have to staff the next, period of time against? And that's where it becomes really critical for us to, for someone like me who I really do care about this, to make sure we have the right candidate flow and to make sure that they're getting the right looks. But on the team building side, it's much more discrete points in time that we have to really focus on, at least internally. I don't know if that helps illuminate things, but that's kind of like the internal operations across the board.
Roger, Claire England, great to see you here. I just want to give you a little bit of kudos for your work out in the community to try to diversify the portfolio of one of the major VC firms here. It's not unseen, and I personally am grateful for that as a fellow VC and a diverse one at that. And just to kind of follow up the gentleman's question and your comments, I think that, first of all, for those in the room who don't know, there are 5 firms that were founded in Austin between 2005 and 2015, all of which had initial funds of $75 million or more. Not one of those 5 firms has a woman partner. And I keep repeating that and hoping that it'll change. But you're one of the first partners I've seen at one of those firms who acknowledges that and who wants to change it. So kudos to you for that. And I hope that Silverton becomes that first firm to get a woman partner. And by that I mean woman investment partner, not a CFO partner.
And I feel ashamed to take the applause because I agree that, yeah, okay. Thank you for your comments.
Hi, thank you so much for the information. My name is Roya Kachui, co-founder and CEO of a fintech based out of Toronto. We just flew to Austin and to Texas actually last week, and today is our first day in Austin. So it was really great to hear about your VC firm, and I would like to understand your take on startups' exit strategies when it comes to looking at early stage pre-seed startups.
So when we underwrite something at the pre-seed or seed, we are not doing a ton of exit scenario planning. I think there's some more traditional classical investors who are like grilling you about, okay, who exactly are the buyers, and like in some cases, how much cash do they have on the balance sheet? Like, can they really afford you when you get to how big you think you are? And that I think to me is not that important at the early stage. The importance is, well, at the pre-seed and seed, getting to product market fit. And then, hopefully you raise a nice A and you figure out if there's a scalable sales motion. And then you raise a B, and then, you lean into that sales motion and you start to scale. And, all of these steps are massive, massive challenges and require a lot of work and like way more interesting than to talk about, the exit afterward. So if we're talking about a venture style exit, then what we're talking about is going through each of those phases and selling the business at some point post, showing the ability to scale and actually doing some scaling. If we're talking about, near-term exits, then I think that's a different conversation, right? But I'm not. I wouldn't invest in a deal where I was, prioritizing some 1 to 2 year time horizon for selling the business. Just because it's just, you can't build a big enough business where it makes sense for our model in that period of time.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
One more question, if there's.
Thanks. And by the way, I'll do this just because I'm an open, I've got an open door policy. My email address is roger@silvertonpartners.com. I will read every email. I'll try to respond to every email. The more, specific you have for a request or a question, the better I can respond, the better I feel good about responding. So it's, whatever you guys want to do, I'm happy to be a resource to the community.